Hello? Hello?
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. I forgot we were muted, and I suppose they'll unmute. They'll mute us all back up, right, when they start.
I guess so.
I'm gonna go and mute. The kids are going mad. I'll chime in a bit.
I love kids. Just let them have a fun time. Okay.
All right, cool. You said it, guys. Let rip.
Come say hi. Tell them to come wave at us.
I don't know where it is. Do you want to say
Oh,
hello?
we lost them. Oh, look at those beautiful kids.
I don't know about beautiful. They have their moments. I don't know. What time are we starting, guys?
We start at 9. This is just a pre-whatever. So you have 30 minutes. Don't worry. No worries. You have another 30 minutes before we start.
Okay, so I'm going to be jumping in and out just because I've got to drop them to a sports thing, and I'll be back. So I'll be going in and out of it. No, I'll stay on now, but I just like 2 minutes. Are you running? Is it you that running it?
No, I'm just saying hi to everybody.
No, you look very professional. As if you're going to run.
Thank you. You made my day.
Yeah, you got it going on. You're running this thing, right?
No, nah. I'm just trying to learn like everybody else.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Cool.
See you later.
Check in a bit. Ciao.
Bye. I'm actually setting up my essential oils so I can stay awake, guys. I don't know about the rest of you, but I gotta remember things.
Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to TVE4, or the virtual event on virtual events number 4. This is, in fact, our 4th event. Really excited to have everybody with us. I see a lot of faces, a lot of familiar faces, people who have been to events before with us, some who haven't, some who are like, who the heck is this guy, and why did he not cut his hair? I swear I voted yes to the haircut question. Why did he not do that? Yeah, I know. I've been thinking that myself as well. I wanted to start with a couple of things. It's so fun to see you here and to get to know you. One of the things that I love about virtual is I find oftentimes when we meet in person at in-person live events, typically people put like their best foot forward. You wear your best suit or your power outfit or whatever it is, and you have all your makeup on, you come downstairs and it looks great, you're awesome, that's fantastic, but it's not really the real you. It's not how we show up in our day-to-day. And one of the things I love about virtual is not only seeing you in your day-to-day, but seeing you at home. Right? I love getting to look around and see Jeff Christensen with a pretty nice looking mic in front of him. Hey, Jeff, nice to see you in room 4. Or, let's see, who else do I see here with a cool mic? I like that Michael Short has the same microphone as Jeff Christensen in room 3 and has a picture of the inlet behind him. That's fantastic. Nice to see you. Let's see, who else do I see? I like that Jennifer Irwin, what are you doing? Hey, guys, in Jennifer Irwin in room 2, can we put her on ME2 and program and put her on the back wall? Because I feel like everybody should see this. Just for fun, Jennifer Irwin. Wow. What? She's just hula hooping. I love it. Is this for workout or what are we doing? I don't know what it is, but she's building and she's hula hooping. That's awesome. Well, welcome, Jennifer Irwin, and I just want to see how long you can keep that up. All right, just keep going. I want to see if you go the full 90 minutes of the first session, or maybe just all day one. So listen, over the course of these next 3 days, I want to talk to you a little bit about how to get the best out of this event. Number one, obviously, I don't think this needs to be said, but be present, right? We sent you this cool little door hanger. We sent you this door hanger inside of your swag box, and it says on one side, I'm busy in here building my blank figure business. You can put whatever number you want in there, of course, or I'm celebrating my blank figure business. Whichever one you want to put, whichever side you prefer works well, but put that on your door and, have a little bit of an agreement with your family. Stay out. I promise when the event is not on, I will come back out to you. So use that. It's a great way to stay present with us over the course of these 3 days. The other thing, I'd put your phone on Do Not Disturb. The other thing I would say to you, most of you I can see are likely on desktop computers or your laptops. That's obviously the best way to experience this. If you are on a phone, or if you do have to jump out to maybe go run an errand or pick up the kids from school or something along those lines, you can, of course, put this on your phone, but the best experience really is on a laptop. And one step beyond that, to go a little bit better, if you have a little HDMI cable and you can plug it into your television, and then you get us full screen. Well, not full screen, large screen. Anyway, think about that. That's another great thing that you can do. And, you have a ticket to this event, but the other thing that's cool, if you have other people around you, they can, of course, join. Every once in a while, we'll take a question from somebody and you hear this in the background. Hey, ask him this question. Can you ask if maybe they can do this? I just want to say to you, if you have people around you who are watching with you, that's cool. No problem, right? It's not like they need a second ticket. This ticket is for your computer. Now, with that being said, I do want to say that you can only connect to Zoom on one device at a time, okay? So if you do need to leave this meeting, or if you do need to go pick up the kids and you want to put it on your phone, before you do, before you leave, make sure you leave the meeting here inside, like on your computer, so that you can then grab your phone and actually connect. Because if you don't do that, when you try to connect on your phone, it's going to say you're already connected to this meeting and you can't connect twice. So that's a little bit of a hiccup, a little bit of a way to, for you guys, if you're going to be hosting your own events, make sure that paid ticket holders do come. Just have one of those available, or one of those connections available. So for you, just remember on that. Now, another thing I want to talk about is the swag box, because there's a few people. First off, quick show of hands, who got your swag box? All right, most of you. All right, now a secondary show of hands. This is the sad one. Who didn't get their swag box? Raise your hand. All right. First off, I'd like to apologize. I'm sorry that you didn't get your swag box. But I am going to say you probably registered after Thursday. So a little bit of a little last minute going on there. But here's what I am going to say for you. If we have sent your swag box already on your dashboard, there is a welcome post that says what the tracking number is for your swag box, as well as the carrier that we sent it with. So you can always go ahead and track that. Now, if you don't see that, here's what it means. We haven't yet shipped your box, okay? So what I would like you to not do is don't go into the help desk and say, hey, where's my swag box? I haven't gotten it yet, because you know what they're going to tell you? We haven't shipped it yet. It's as simple as that. Now, for everybody who did sign up a little later, or if you don't see that there, don't worry. We are going to ship everybody a swag box. So even if you get it on Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, you will still receive it. Now, for those of you who are like, but what about all of the cool materials? Because there's this virtual event blueprint, and I want to make sure that I have access to the virtual event blueprint. So as we're going through the event, as we're going through this day, I can, focus on strategy and talk about when my next event is going to be, and try and figure out what my big why is, and profit pyramid, and all of these cool things that are in this awesome little booklet. That is going to become, hopefully, your blueprint at the end of the event for your first or next virtual event. Now, if you're wondering, how do I get that? On the dashboard, in the side, as you scroll down, there's an area called Downloadable Resources. And everything that is a piece of paper that we included in the swag box is inside that, is available there in the downloadable resources. So you are not going to miss out on a single thing. And you'll also, at some point this week, get a cool hat and a cool box. In fact, there's some people who are already, have already got their box and have started posting pictures. You may have seen the the TVE photo booth on that button on the dashboard. When you click on it, you can upload a photo. And if you upload a photo that we think is kind of fun or cool, maybe it includes swag. Usually that's a good way to get it approved. It may include kids with swag. It may also include pets with swag. Those are some of our favorites. But here I want to show you some people who have already actually started to post some photos. This is Douglas Downs. He got out his Impact and Income bottle, and I hope he's ready to be drinking some liquid out of that. Next up, we've got Howard Biffson. And Howard was part of our All Access thing last night. And one of the exercises was to write down essentially a declaration around your event. And he said, I will be at my best because my audience and me deserve my best. And I loved that. So I thought I would share it with you guys. And then right here, I think this is Oscar Rodriguez, getting a little creative with the photos, a little bit of sun in the background, trying to, have a little bit of fun with that. Anyway, I like that photo, so I thought I'd share it with you. I'm not sure what Massimo is doing here, but it feels like he's flying through the air in front of the virtual event on virtual events, so I like that as well. Bhuvnesh, I hope I'm saying that right. Bhuvnesh, you don't seem very excited. I just feel like you should be a little more excited, Bhuvnesh. So take another photo, be excited, and upload another one, and we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll do a before and after. Like, this is before the virtual event on virtual events, and this is after. So let's see what that looks like. And then Michael Short, I love this picture, just taking a peek at what's inside the virtual event on virtual events swag box. We have Danielle Maurer, who's also excited. It looks like she's loving this. So welcome back, Danielle. And who can resist Baby Yoda Potato Head? I feel like that's what I'm looking at, right? Baby Yoda Potato Head saying, I will be present because I want to help others. Let's go with Baby Yoda and Potato Head. So I thought those were fun. That's one of the ways that you can interact with us and let us know where you are watching this event from, because Barry and I love to look through these photos. There is a chance that you'll get some points as a result of us approving those photos. The things that you don't want to upload are like Facebook profile photos, or just like a headshot. How's it going? Or a business card. Those likely won't get approved. So just keep that in mind. I also want to say there's another way that you can interact with us. Some of you have already found it. There's these little emoji icons at the top of the sidebar. And as you guys click on those emoji icons, they go up this. I love that you guys are just digging on the hearts. They go up this wall behind us. So that's a little bit of interactivity as you are enjoying this event. If you get a light bulb moment, click on the light bulb. If you're loving something, if you have a mic drop moment, if you're like, I have no idea what they're talking about, just lots of question marks, that's what that'll do. So that helps Barry and I see what's going on, and a little bit of fun for you. As you click those icons, just little things float up our screen. So have fun with that. All right, try and make every single session, because over the course of these next 3 days, part of what we're doing is creating your virtual event blueprint. And as a result of that, in each session, we stack a piece of the puzzle on top of what you've already done. So every session essentially builds on itself. I also want to tell you in advance, we are doing something that we've not done before here at the virtual event on virtual events. Tonight, it's an unannounced bonus session, which if you looked at your dashboard and you saw the agenda, you saw that there's a session this evening from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, speaking of that agenda, when you look at it, it displays in your time zone. And I think this is important because there are 34 different countries represented in the audience today, which thank you very much. For those of you who are waking up at a weird time, or maybe you should normally be right about to go to bed, something along those lines. If you're on the other side of the planet, if that's you, we're so excited to have you with us over the course of these 3 days. And we think that it is, we think it's 100% worth it, and I hope you do too. So, last thing, obviously stay hydrated, stay caffeinated, and make sure you get some snacks. There are going to be times to break. We have a few break times throughout the day, and those are kind of, you can make out when the break times are by looking at that agenda, because in the middle where there's gaps, that's typically our break time. So there you go. All right. You guys ready to get started? You're like, enough with all of this, like, blah, 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 blah. Let's actually get into the content. Are we about there yet? Awesome. Hey, Tom, Andrea, you guys are sitting right next to each other on my screen, both in room 3. You guys should know each other. Just saying. I want Tom Matson, Andrea Almaraz, say hi to each other. You guys should know each other. All right. So with that, before I bring Bari Baumgardner to the stage, actually, do I have anything else that I really have to say? Let's see. I did that. They make notes for me. I have a wonderful team member by the name of Kristen, who, as I was walking out on stage, she's like, I made all of these notes. Make sure you cover all of the things. And then she made slides for me, and I looks like I actually did it. So I'm kind of excited about that. So with that, you guys ready to get started? I can't hear you. I said, are you ready to get started? That's more like it, right? Nothing like a little laugh track to get in there. Anyway, all right, so take 2 seconds, watch this video, and we'll be right back.
In March of 2020, Barry and I were at our last live event, and suddenly the world turned upside down. Trump declared a national emergency. As you can imagine, our entire world changed. In the next 3 days, every single event that we had on the books through the end of the year either canceled or moved to 2021. We said, how can we figure out how to do this? How can we keep our team employed? How can we keep serving our clients? And just as importantly, how can we keep our clients serving their audience?
You pivot.
Everything that we've learned over the course of the last 16 years with regards to hosting live events also works virtually. Virtual events are live events.
It's an unprecedented time. There's unprecedented challenges. There's an unprecedented opportunity for you to serve your people and do the work that you're meant to do so that they can do the work they're meant to do. And trust me, they will love you, reward you, and respect you for that and be clients for years to come.
Live events are not dead. You can do this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, do me a favor and join me in welcoming to the stage my favorite person in the world, who also happens to be my wife and the co-host of the virtual event on virtual events, Bari Baumgardner.
Hey there. Hey, yo.
Hello.
Thank you for
How
that.
you doing? Nice to see you.
So good to see you. Good morning. Good morning.
Right.
Or good evening or good afternoon, depending on what time zone you're on.
A little Jim Carrey. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Is that a thing?
I think so. Was it the Truman Show? Isn't that what
I
that's
haven't
from?
seen that. That's why I don't know that. I don't know that one.
Nerds unite. So good.
How good is today? We were actually, was that in the Telegram group this morning that we did that?
Yeah.
For those of you who are in the Telegram
Actually,
group,
that
you
may have
got
been
like
in the
the
Facebook
before
group.
and after. Was it the Facebook group?
Yeah.
Where Blue forced me to do
Who
a
saw
video
the Facebook Live this morning?
without any hair and makeup.
Oh,
It's like
awesome.
before
Yep.
and after. Thank God.
So
for
if
hair
you're
and
not
makeup.
already in the Facebook group, actually, at the bottom of the sidebar, there's a link to both the Facebook group and the Telegram broadcast channel. The Facebook group is for interaction. Barry and I are in there. Of course, all your fellow attendees are in there. The Telegram group is where, over the course of the 3 days, we will just be posting updates. It's a quick, easy way for us to post an update.
Yeah, in all seriousness, like if we need to blast an update to you, the first place we're going to put it is the Telegram group because there's no distraction in that. Like we blast it out, you're not going to see a bunch of comments coming back like you do in Facebook.
Yep.
So it's just an easy way to get a message to you should we need to do that.
Yeah.
So that's what that is for. Love Telegram.
Well, so let's
And
ask.
thanks everybody. Love all the comments here. You did such a great job with the housekeeping.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You really did.
I've been practicing.
And you know what we were talking about backstage?
What?
Your hair looks great today. I just want to fluff the back right here.
Okay.
And I love the front.
All right.
You got something good going on there.
Okay. So, just me and 900 of my closest friends. Okay. So, just a really quick show of hands. Who's been to the virtual event on virtual events once before? Just raise your hand.
Look at Brandy Agerbeck. Good to see your smiling face.
Do me a
We've
favor.
missed you.
We're going to do this. You guys have seen this in live event rooms, so keep your hands raised. Just
Lisa
keep
Owens,
your
good to
hands
see you.
raised.
Do you want a
Who
shout out?
is this your second or more virtual event on virtual events? Okay, still lots and lots of people. Love to see it. What about, is this your third or more virtual event on virtual events? Still lots of people, but a few hands go down. Who is this? This is the fourth time you
good
guys
to
have been
see
to the
you.
virtual event on virtual events.
Danielle, so good to see you.
Awesome.
Wendy,
Danielle, welcome
yes.
back.
Martha,
Pam,
Kyle,
Antoniette, I
Kim,
see you got in.
yes.
Stephen Libman with the
Lisa.
little things going on.
Sandy,
Judith,
of course. Yes.
Awesome. Margie,
You
nice
too.
to see
Diane
you again.
Forrester down
Diane,
there.
Tiffany.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Guys, it
Judith,
is
yes.
so exciting to have you guys back.
Yeah, and honestly, I was thinking about this morning as I was getting ready. If you had told me at the beginning of COVID, like in March 2020, that we would make such an incredible pivot so fast that it would change our lives so radically. Because our lives are virtually unrecognizable. Like what pre-COVID and after COVID, like literally don't look anything the same. Our teams don't look the same. Our offices don't look the same. Our life doesn't look the same. I mean, it's really crazy how radical it is. And if you told me that we would sprint and host our own event, which, we've been putting on events for, at that point, 15 years for other people and dreaming about doing ours. How many of you are dreaming about doing your first event? You're like sitting on the sidelines dreaming about your first event. Yeah, that was me. I was doing that too. In the beginning, I wasn't. I was just happy producing other people's events. But the more we did that, the more that little calling came, like, you're supposed to be doing this. You're supposed to have a stage. You're supposed to be teaching people what you know. And so COVID literally just, I was going to say nudged us out of the nest, but it really kind of threw us out.
Yeah, it was more of like a boot to the butt, and you're just kind of falling out. Who else felt like COVID kind of just kicked you in the ass and just has you moving forward, trying stuff you've never done before?
Yeah.
Anybody else, or is it just me? Okay, lots of people.
Yeah.
Good to hear. Awesome.
And, you can't see it in the moment, of course. It just feels crazy and terrible and tragic, and what are we going to do? But looking back on it, now that we're on our 4th virtual event on virtual events, now that I see that in the life that we have right now, I mean, I don't know how many of you, was the Facebook group video on the way to dinner last night? Facebook group?
That was Telegram.
Okay. Get confused.
Yeah.
But we were talking about last night on Telegram, for those of you who were in there, that we literally had an event in our studio for 3 days. We got to sleep in our own bed every night. We didn't have to do any travel. We took people out to our favorite restaurants each night and had a really lovely dinner as we planned the next day. And then we had an amazing all access with our all access folks yesterday afternoon in between the end of that event and taking that client to dinner. And slept in our own bed, got up this morning, got ready in our own closet. Like, it is just amazing what virtual can do. And I know for some of you are like, I love in person. I love the presidential suite. I love all the things. For me, I'm like, to not have to get on a plane, to not have to wait in any lines, to not have to pack all the bags and unpack all the bags and press all the things and do all the things it takes. It's just like, oh, I mean, this is magical. Like, brilliant. I love it so much. Yeah. So thank you for being here. For those of you that are giving us a chance for the first time, thank you for that. I really mean that, for taking a chance on us, because I know this is your time and your money. And to take 3 days away from your business is a considerably huge thing. It's a big investment, and it's going to be worth it, I promise you. And for those of you who've been with us for 1 event, 2 events, 3 events. This is your 4th. I just want to say we're so grateful, and it's wonderful to see your faces. You're a small but mighty group, and so it really is like great to see you. And then for those of you who've been here before and you're in the chats, welcome in the new group. We're an amazing community, if nothing else. I think the TVE alumni group, if you haven't noticed this already in Facebook, is a pretty incredible, powerful group. The LEAP group is an incredible, powerful group. And so you've got this awesome community of people who are passionate about live events like we are, supporting each other. So you're in a really great place. And it doesn't matter whether you're a nonprofit or you're a corporate or you're a speaker, author, coach, course creator, influencer, you're in the right spot. It doesn't matter if you've never done an event, if you've done many events. David Garrett, just saw you. Great to see you. It doesn't matter. You are in the right spot, and everything we're going to teach you is going to apply. How many of you are super excited about virtual? You're just like, I love virtual. I don't care if in-person ever comes back. That's my qualifier. This is for those of you who feel that way about, I don't care if in-person ever came back. I really love virtual. Just want to get a read on this. Okay, that's super helpful. And then how many of you are like, I do love virtual, but I got to tell you, I really love an in-person stage. I mean, I'm really chomping at the bit to get into a ballroom. No shame in this, by the way. Just because this is called the virtual event on virtual events, I'm not about to shame you. So we're going to be talking about in-person. I'm headed there in just a sec. All right, that's super helpful. And then how many of you are like, if peanut butter's good and chocolate's good, then peanut butter and chocolate is amazing. You're like, hybrid is what I want to do. Like, I want to have my cake and eat it too. Like, I'd like to do both. Yeah. Okay. That's super helpful. We're going to be talking about that. Did you say what's happening in the bonus session tonight? Have we?
I didn't, but that is a great segue.
It's a great segue. Yeah. So 80%, and most of you know this, but I'm going to say it again just in case. 80% of what we're going to share with you over the next 3 days applies to virtual, applies to in-person, applies to hybrid, because what I know to be true from 15 years in person and 2 years in virtual is that the core methodology, the framework that we're going to teach you is the same. So that's great news for you. Why is that great news? Because if you're like, I think it's virtual, but I might be in person, but I might want to do hybrid, but I'm not really sure. Might be virtual this year. It might be in person next year. And you're like, do I go all in on virtual, but then it's going to mess me up? No. The great news is that 80%, I think we've landed on 80%.
80%.
Of what you're going to do, what you're going to learn is the same. The 20% that's different comes down to this, tech and touch. And that's why it's printed on the bag as just a reminder that just 20% is different, and it's the tech and the touch. What does that mean? The technology has to be a little bit different. The touch points have to be a little bit different. Of course they do. There's different tech in this room than there is for an in-person room. And there are different touch points that you need to really, and we're going to talk about them today, that you need to employ if you're going to be virtual versus you're going to be in person versus hybrid. And tonight we're going to be talking about
A hybrid event. So something that we do on a regular basis. Barry and I have a small group of entrepreneurs that we lead called Leap. And one of the things that we do once a month with that group is something called a innovation in action debrief. And essentially what we do is we take a look at the events that Sage produced in the previous month, and we debrief them. We basically say, this is what we learned at this event, and this is what we want to do again, and this is what we don't want to do again. And one of the events that took place in the month of March was our best hybrid event that we've done up until this point. And hybrid is an interesting format, because the problem with hybrid, and I think some of you have probably heard me say this, but the biggest challenge with hybrid is that you're essentially running two events at the same time.
yes.
Right? And not only are you running two events at the same time, but you're running them for two completely separate audiences who are having like vastly different experiences.
And some of you I know are thinking, you don't have to, though. You don't have to do it that way. I've been to a hybrid that didn't do it that way, or I am talking to someone who's doing a hybrid that didn't do it that way. But in 6 tests of this, the best performing hybrid was this way. And I think that's going to be a really key piece we're going to talk about tonight is, will hybrid survive 2022? And if it does, what will it look like? And that's what we're going to be sharing with you. And of course, we're innovating it every day. We're iterating it and innovating it every day, but we're going to share where we are and what we've learned.
Exactly. So tonight's session is a bonus session for you guys, because it's a call that we typically reserve just for people who are in Leap.
Yeah, and Leap, I know a lot of you have asked, like Leap, L-E-A-P, is Live Event Accelerator Program. And we have a number of students, amazing folks that you'll be meeting this week, that are in that program, who are actually taking these ideas and getting them out into the world. And we had a call with them tonight, and we were like, when we set the dates for TV, it was literally fitting into this perfect window of like, okay, these are the only dates that really work for all of spring. So unless we want to punt all the way to fall, and we didn't want to, we think this message is way too important to be only once a year, because we know so many of you are like, how do I do it? And what do I do? And how does all this work? Especially for this interesting spot we're in right now with coming out of COVID, if there is such a thing. So it's ever more important than it's ever been. I really do. I think it's more important than it's ever been. So we didn't want to punt it, but we're like, what are we going to do? So we thought, well, what if we just went ahead and had our Leap call, which is a debrief call tonight, and invited you to come in? So how would you feel about that? If you could be invited to come into one of our Leap calls, I thought you might like that. And so the good news for you is we do most of the talking, like true of all things. And we're going to be sharing what we learned, and then we're going to do some Q&A afterwards, and we'll open it up for you to be involved in the Q&A afterwards. So yeah, so it'll be a great session.
Yep. And a quick note. One of the things that Barry and I talk about when it comes to live events, I think often people think of us as the live event, or at least the last couple of years, the virtual event people. But the reality is that's actually not what we are. And that's going to come as a surprise to some of you, especially given that you came to an event on virtual events to learn about virtual events. But what we really are enrollment specialists. So we help our clients create high-ticket offers, coaching programs, masterminds, mentorships, things like that, and then serve at a really high level for 3 days at a live event, and then enroll those attendees in taking the next step, right? And learning more from you. So everything that we do around our in-person and our virtual events ties back to metrics. And how did
And everything you do should too. We'll get back to that. We'll talk more about that today.
how did we impact our audience, right? Did we have a positive impact? Did we have a lasting impact? And oftentimes people don't tend, I mean, one of the things you'll never see at a Sage show, at least one of ours, is a post-event survey, okay? Because I actually don't need to ask you how we did. This can be something that you can write down, especially for those of you who have done surveys in the past. If you have a high ticket offer or some sort of next step that you invite your attendees to take, you know how you did based on what the conversion metrics looked like.
Yeah.
So the thing that we're going to be sharing
Well, and by the
tonight,
attendance metrics, like we'll know, like we have to earn your attendance every single session.
Yeah.
We have to earn your attendance every single day. If we do great today, you'll come back tomorrow. If we do great tomorrow, you'll come back for day 3. It's a really important concept for you to know. And you might think, well, that's a virtual thing, but you know, because it is as simple as just, you know, close your computer, off you go. So you really do have to earn it, and we plan to. But with in-person, what does it look like? With in-person, it looked like you'd be on stage and you'd be looking out and everybody would be on their phones, right? I've seen this with events. Like if you're looking for, is your content landing? If everyone's on their phones, it's not. Or a lot of people are in the hallway. They're still at the event because they bought a plane ticket. They have a hotel room. It's more expensive to get home than it is to stay, but they're actually in the hallway, right? And talking to each other instead of getting your content. So really important to be thinking about how you earn people and how you enroll them. We're going to be talking about that all week. I was actually thinking about, I had a chat with my mom last night, and my dad's in the hospital right now, and we were talking about how he's doing, and I was saying, you know, Mom, you have to enroll the nurses. And like, let me walk you through this. And I literally see everything through enrollment. Like everything is enrollment for me. Like my niece and nephew, I enroll them into what I want them to do.
Or the
my
other way around.
husband, or they enroll me. That's true. They actually enroll Aunt Barry a lot too. That's true. But we enroll each other. And you know, when you wanted to move to Charleston, like you started with, hey, what do you think about this?
Yeah.
It's like a slow and steady enrollment
Look
process.
at
I
this
was
house,
easy
isn't
to
it?
enroll.
You
on that
were
one.
an easy catch for sure.
But everything's enrollment. So I want you to be thinking about that too. You should actually write that down. Like everything is enrollment, and everything that we're going to teach you can be used in all areas of your life, but especially it can be used in your event life.
Yeah. And so with regards to the hybrid event, what we're going to be breaking down tonight is how we took a hybrid event. This is the second time that we'd done it, and this is the punchline. So I'm going to give you that in advance. We went from 5% conversion to 18% conversion.
Yeah. Would you like to know how to go from 5 to 18% on a hybrid event?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The answer to that question, even if you don't have your hand raised, is
Yes,
yes.
you should. Yeah.
Yes.
And be here tonight. We're going to tell you how. We're
Yeah.
going to show you how. Yeah.
Exactly.
So
So that's a little bit of that.
Yeah. So what I often say is that we don't just build events, we build businesses. We build businesses through the power of a live event. And we're going to be talking about that a lot this week too, is the power of a live event is the vehicle. The high ticket offer is the destination. The event is the vehicle. And the reason it builds businesses is there's quite simply not a simpler, faster, easier way to launch yourself into the stratosphere. If you are already a speaker, if you are already a coach, if you are already a course creator, if you already have a list, if you already have a vision, if you already have a business, if you already have a product, if you already have done a talk, if any of those things apply to you, or, you know, you're in membership, or I know we've got some people here who are pastors that we met last night who are like, I'm actually trying to figure out how to enroll. Yes, that word again, enroll my congregation. Can I use the power of a virtual event to do that, to reach more people? And the answer is yes. So if that sounds like you, there's no faster path than a live event. And we say this from the confidence of having done this for close to 20 years for some of the biggest and best names in our space. In fact, I can't say who, I'm not allowed to say anything other than I think it's very possible that we will run the world's largest virtual event this summer for someone in the religious space as a way for him to connect to his congregation. I'm super, super excited about that. So the power of virtual is more alive than ever. More people are embracing it than ever. More people are on Zoom than have ever been on Zoom before. Was it 395 million users at any one moment in time?
It varies, but yes,
Yes.
they have 350 daily active users, 350 million daily active users.
Yeah, that's a big number. So when you're thinking about how could I do a virtual event, Blue today is going to walk you through the tech. But the thing I want you to think about is it can be as easy as a computer and a TV and 2 lights, get some light on your face, and Zoom. I mean, you're on Zoom today. You came in through Avio and through our dashboard, but we're on Zoom. Why? Because anybody in any age group in any part of the world is pretty much on Zoom, right? So we want to keep that simple and easy. We're going to talk about that today.
Yeah, I loved somebody the other. Actually think it was you who said this, and I thought it was really, really smart. One of the reasons that we loved Zoom is, you know, your grandkids know how to use it, as do your grandparents and everybody in the middle, right? There's no technology barrier.
That's
with
sort of
Zoom.
a thank you, COVID. I mean, again, there are a lot of silver linings in COVID, and one of them is that everybody's pretty much figured out how to get on their computer and get on Zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah, at any one time, 350 million people. It's pretty amazing. And so I want you to be thinking about this, not just that you're coming to an event to learn how to do events, to learn how to do virtual events, to learn how they apply to in-person and hybrid events, but you're coming to this event, I hope, to learn how to build your business through the power of a live event. And that's really, really important. Like, I cannot tell you how many businesses have been launched through the power of a live event, have been scaled through the power of a live event. That's the business we've been in for 17 years, and that's our great honor to be able to share it here with you. And know that there's no bait and switch. Like, all weekend, we are going to take you. I know I'm used to saying weekend, all week. I think this is the first time we've done Monday through Wednesday.
It
yeah?
is. It is.
All week. We're
Yeah,
going to be
for
taking
everybody,
you
anybody
through
who
this.
thinks that you need to have an event on a weekend.
Yeah,
Figured
not
we'd do something
necessary.
different.
Yeah, I want to prove that any time of the week works, right? If your content is good and your messaging is right. So the virtual event blueprint, if you didn't get this in your swag box, it's downloadable on your dashboard, and you can take notes and ultimately apply them over to this, right? Like, if I were you, and like, here's the thing, I'm kind of OCD and crazy like this, but if it were me, I'd take all my notes in my journal, and then once I was clear, I'd put them in here because I don't like messy blueprints. You don't have to do it my way, but I'm just saying that's why we gave you a journal and a blueprint so that you have plenty of room to take all your notes, capture all your ahas right away, capture all the things that you need to capture, and then get them locked and loaded in here, because at the end of the event, this is your virtual event blueprint. This is everything you need to go out and put these ideas into action, and we sure hope you will. So we're going to be walking you through how do you build your business through the power of a live event, knowing that it's the fastest, most economical, thank you COVID, thank you virtual, most economical approach you could possibly take to get your message out there and connect with your audience. Today, we're going to be teaching something new on messaging, which is how you attract that audience. So know that that's coming your way. What were you going to say?
Well, I was actually going to say that one of the things that COVID has done for us and has kind of repositioned how we think is we used to think, and I think businesses used to think this way, in like 3-year plans or 2-year plans, right? How many people have heard, like, what's your 3-year plan for your business? And I feel like this pandemic has really condensed time very significantly. And as a result, we're starting to think of our business in 6-month windows, because one of the things that we realized, especially looking back at the last couple of years, is where we are today, right now, was determined by actions that we took 6 months ago.
Yeah, and I want to give credit where credit's due, because I'm a big believer in, if you're going to hear something and then repeat it to your crowd, to give credit. So we were at an event, we're in a mastermind with Russell Brunson, and he had a speaker, Rachel Hollis, and one of the things she said was, what you're living today is a result of a decision you made 6 months ago. And what you do today will dictate what your life looks like in 6 months. I thought, ooh, that's good. That's really good. That's a message that you need to hear, because we think in 6 months increments. When she said that, I'm like, so true.
Well, and one
like,
of the things
that we live that every day.
One of the reasons that it hit home is because that's how we've started to structure our business.
Yeah, and our life. Like,
right.
We were on a 6-month move to Charleston. Like, we're moving our life and our business to Charleston, South Carolina. It's about 90 minutes from where we are now. And one of the things that was
we're just going to pick everything that's in here up and just drive it down the road 90 minutes. That sounds crazy to me. But anyway, we're doing it.
Literally in January, we're like, if we don't get on this now, it will not be real in 6 months. And it has to be real in 6 months, because what happens after 6 months, we get into our fall season, which is our busiest time of year. So it's like decision we make in January is going to 100% dictate where we're going to be in July. And that's going to dictate what the next 6 months are going to look like. So I want you to start thinking about that. That's another writer downer for you that I really want you to be thinking about. In fact, take a minute right now. And the writer downer is the decision I made 6 months ago dictates the life I'm living today, the business I have today. The decision I make today dictates the life and the business I have in 6 months. I really want you to be thinking about that. So take a second and think about that. What if you were to roll back the calendar to 6 months ago, what decision did you make? And by the way, not making a decision is a decision. So if there was something considerably big on your radar and you're like, oop, I'm not ready for that, that was a decision. Right? So what does it, intentional or not, and in some level they always are, right? And, it's funny, actually, I was thinking of this morning too. Something that Tony says that I just love is that you are an example of what's possible or what's not. Like when you think about your tribe, your kids, your family, like everything you do, you're either an example of what's possible or an example of what's not. I'm like, oh, yes, that is so true. That is so true. So if you were to roll back the calendar to 6 months ago, what decision did you make 6 months ago that has leapt you forward? Like you're exactly where you want to be. Like, thank goodness I did that. I am so happy where I am today. Or, wow, I wish I'd done that differently because I just lost 6 months. This is not where I wanted to be. And you don't have to put it in the chat. You're welcome to. I always so love to see that. And thank you, Leapers. I love seeing that too. But that makes my heart happy. But I really want you to think about that. It's so important. What I eat today is going to dictate what I look like tomorrow, right? What exercise I do today is going to dictate how strong I am tomorrow. What healthy, conscious choices I make, I've been thinking about that a lot lately, is going to dictate what my future is going to look like. So these intentional decisions, I think, are a big part of what you're here to do this week, a big part of learning what can make a sizable, like a sizable difference in your life and your business. What decisions could you make this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday that will create an amazing life and business of your dreams 6 months from now? It really is possible. Like we always say this, you can do this, and it's true, you can. I love that Clint said, what brisket I start smoking today is lunch tomorrow. Yeah, that too. That sounds good. You sent some brisket down our way. That sounds so good. And it's painful. Right? I can look back on some decisions that I made or didn't make and the ripple effect of that, right? And I think the biggest thing you learn in our space is that time really is money. So when you let a day become a week and a week become a month and a month become a quarter and a quarter become a year, and a year become a decade. We call that a day to a decade. And it's a real thing. I can look at a whole period in my life where when I look back on it, I'm like, man, lost decade. Not completely lost. There's a lesson, even a painful one in it, but still nonetheless, if I'd made different decisions, I would have been in a different place. It's a really powerful concept to be thinking about. Okay. So anything you want to add to that?
No, I agree.
Okay.
Every once in a while, she'll throw to me like that when I'm not expecting it. And I just have to say, yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm seeing some great examples of this in here. Thank you,
Well,
Laura.
so here, I will actually say something, because yesterday I was in the TVE lounge, and I don't remember who it was, and even if I did, I probably wouldn't say their name. They were talking about the fact that this is the second event that they've come to, and they learned so much at the last one, but they didn't implement, right? They didn't actually walk away and create their event. Anybody else in that boat, just out of curiosity? There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just curious. All right. Thank you for being honest. Everybody who has raised your hand, I appreciate that. And a little bit of vulnerability in front of a lot of people is always a hard thing to do. So thank you for doing that. But I also want to just say to you, there's nothing wrong with that. Barry and I joined a mastermind in 2015 to learn how to launch a product. And 3.5 years later, we had not yet launched a product.
Yeah. But we learned a lot about launching or not launching a product.
Yeah.
And actually, interestingly, in that mastermind, one of the first things I learned was I'm not ready to launch a product. I have a lot more to learn in order to do this right. That was probably one of my best expenditures of that year. Instead of going out there and reinventing the wheel, you can go out there and get it done right. This is actually interesting now. Something else that I heard a speaker say, and it was the same speaker, was everything on the internet's free. You don't really need anything. Everything you need is free. I'm like, yeah, okay, maybe. But what you're missing there is the right order to do it in. All the time spent wasted trying to figure it out. Like if I had gone out there and just been like, I'm going to just research everything on launch and talk to everyone I can who's launched. It's just saying, Jeff Walker, you're the category king of launches. Tell me, how should we launch? Oh, product launch formula, done. Let's do that. Being in a mastermind to learn how to do it right or not do it wrong is really worth the expenditure, right? So one of the things I really want to applaud you for is being here this week, because these 3 days and having this blueprint, I mean, you're not out there reinventing the wheel. And if you're thinking like, I'd love to do a live event, but I don't have time, it's like, yeah, you do, because now you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Now you just follow the blueprint, go out and do it, and it's done. We're going to be talking about that this week too. So
And
I
our
applaud you
goal-
for coming here and get the insights from people who've done, what is this, 88, 89? 88th virtual event in
That's
2
a
years,
lot.
I
It's
think.
a lot. Whatever the number is,
so-
it's a lot.
Yeah.
So the other thing, looping that back into the decisions you make 6 months ago dictate where you are today. The decisions you make over these next 3 days will dictate where you are in 6 months.
Yeah.
Right. And the work that you do as you go through the blueprint with us, the high ticket offer that you idealize, that you conceptualize, the big why that you talk about, the tech stack that you choose, the different pieces that you're going to implement to monetize your event, how you fill the room, how you're going to overcome objections, how you're going to structure your content within your 3 days. All of those decisions that you make over the course of the next 3 days are going to dictate, should you take action, where you are 6 months from now. Yeah. And I'm excited to see that because, for the first time ever, as of May 2020, we actually did our own event, right? And that decision had a massive impact on our business and our life in the coming 6 months.
Yeah.
In many ways, in ways that we didn't even anticipate.
Right. For sure.
So.
For sure. I love Lisa Weaver said, I'm in tears. I'm so excited. I wanted to learn from you for a year. I didn't know this event was available. And
it looks like we
we're
have to do better
excited
with
too.
our marketing.
For sure we could. For sure we could. Okay. And no, you're right where you need to be, Malika. We're just getting started. So one quick thing I wanted to point out, whether this is on your dashboard or in your hot little hands, is this message from us to you is something that I wrote for the first TVE. And every TVE, I go back and I'm like, oh, I should update this. And then I read it and I'm like, no, it's actually just perfect, just the way it is. It's the right message at the right time. And so if you haven't read this, you don't do it right now, but just make a little note. Circle back and read this message because it's a heartfelt message from us to you that I think you actually do need to hear. I think it's a really important kind of North Star for those of us who really want to host our first or next virtual event and have it be incredibly life-changing. Yeah. The other thing I wanted to point out is that, and Christian's probably going to pop back over here, is that you'll see their quotes spread throughout this book, right? And these are all also hand selected. Not many of them have changed over time because they're quotes we say every day. Like we literally live by these quotes. And again, it's like there's so many quotes out there, but these are the ones we think you need. And then because we love a quote, on the back of every emoji card, also a quote, hand selected just for you, just for this event, because they're thoughts we thought you really needed to hear as you're thinking and you're percolating on what needs to happen next in your event life. So I want to go to page number 7 in your books. And if you don't have your book, I'm going to tell you, you can just create a fresh page in your journal or on a note paper or in anything that you have at home. Like everybody has different ways. If you're a computer person or an iPad person, get a fresh sheet in that as well. And I want you to say the answer to Bari and Blue. If I'm being really honest, the biggest difficulty I've had in this past year is, and this is confidential, you don't have to share it, you're welcome to, but you don't have to. This should be as vulnerable and as honest and as transparent as you can possibly be, because this is your own self-audit and gut check for you. This is not so much for me as it is for you. And this is something Blue and I do a lot. We'll be like, this has been considerably hard. We'll be like, it has. And then we have a saying that comes from Star Wars. We'll be like,
no reward is worth this. And like when you get in that part in your life where you're like, no reward is worth this, we're like, it's time to rethink things. But it starts with that honest assessment of like, wow, this has been really difficult. Worth it or not worth it? Why has it been difficult? And I think so often when things hurt and they're hard, we try and kind of keep it at bay. It's like, oh, I don't even want to go there. Like that's kind of a wound. It's a bruise. Like I don't even want to think about it. But there's a lot of magic in that, a lot of knowingness in that. So that's why I'm inviting you to start this with the heart. What was hard? What was really difficult? What was the thing? And again, it might have been difficult and good. COVID was difficult and really good for our business. And there have been other things along the way that have been really difficult and not so good. And we're like, you know what? Time to say bye to that. But the starting point is acknowledging it. So biggest difficulty in the past year. I want you to just take, let's say 2 minutes. We're going to put on some worky music because I want reflection. What came to your mind right away is probably the right one. And then just journal it out. That's why there's a little box here. And again, if you have a page, that's just fine. If you want to do it on your computer, what was difficult and why? Excellent. All right, come back to me. I think a lot of you are finished, but if you're not, that's always something you can circle back around to during a break. When I have moments like that, when I'm at an event or in one of my coaching programs, I literally I tip the page down. Like that's one I need to circle back around to. I need to come back to if I didn't get enough time on that. The next one I want you to think about, it's an obvious one, it's right below it. What's the biggest opportunity in the next year? What are you most excited about in the next year? And if you haven't taken time to think about that, where do you think the opportunity might lie for you? An obvious one might be, I want to host my first or next virtual event, or I want to scale up my virtual event, or I want to launch my first or next high ticket offer through the power of a virtual event. And if it's that simple and easy, don't make it harder than it needs to be. That might be the big mission. It would make sense given that you're here. But if it's something else, this is a great time to anchor that. Anchor, what's the big opportunity for you? What would create a big leap in your life or in your business if you were to approach it differently? That's what I want you to be thinking about. Like what is I think of it as like a seismic opportunity, something considerably huge. If you were to embrace that opportunity in the next year, what would that look like? What would that be? I want you to take a minute and journal that one out.
All right. So really quickly, I thought I would share with you. Barry and I both do this separately. We also do it together. So I'm going to share this exercise that, for me personally, biggest difficulty this year. We've had some turnover in our team. We had a team of 12, 13 people, and a good amount of them are still with us, but, probably about half of them over the course of the last year have moved on for one reason or another. And that's been difficult for us. So that's been a pretty big challenge because we haven't slowed down in terms of the amount of events that we do, which led to the second biggest difficulty for me, which is I feel like I haven't had enough personal time with Barry. Right? I want to spend a little bit more time. We spend a lot of time together because we work together, but I want to spend a little more time hanging out on the beach or going out to dinner or, walking the streets of Charleston, which I'm super excited about. So for me, biggest opportunity is that move to Charleston. We're moving to Charleston for a couple of reasons. One is to be able to up-level the studio and get a slightly bigger space and have a place where our clients are a little more excited to come than Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And the second thing I'm excited about is it feels like New York City to me, which is where Barry and I lived for about 5 years together. It feels like New York City just without the attitude. So I kind of love it there. And then the other biggest opportunity, we made a decision a while ago, and by a while ago I want to say probably about 4 or 5 weeks ago, to get a little puppy. And we're looking right now for a little Westie. So I'll let you know how that goes at the next TVE. Hopefully you'll get introduced to him or her.
Why is a puppy so important?
I just love dogs. I like they bring me joy, and I want to be able to play and have a little bit. I think if I'm forced to take the puppy for a walk, Barry will stop working for a few minutes and go for a walk in the park with me.
Well, and I was thinking that it's considerably huge for us because we always said as soon as we don't have to travel so much, we're getting a puppy. And so for me, it's kind of like, our life is in a place now where we can have a puppy.
Oh, Jonathan,
that's so exciting.
A British bulldog. One of our developers has a bulldog.
So cute.
And every time we're on Zoom with him, you can hear him breathing in the background, like, like when he comes down the stairs, it's like Tyler has wooden steps, and every time he comes down the stairs, you can kind of hear him coming first, and then he takes the first step and the second step, and I'm convinced he's just gonna roll down the steps one day. But anyway, yeah, I do love a British bulldog. They are fantastic.
So cute.
All right.
And Faye, we love New York City. We just, seriously, I love New York City. And I always say it's the friendliest place on earth. People have New York City wrong for sure.
Yeah.
And I just want to say to some of you, as you're contemplating this, and you can always refine your example. If you're not 100% clear on this, come back to it. Fold that page down and come back to this over the course of our 3 days together, because I think it's super important. It's going to tie into something else pretty big that we're doing together. But I saw some of the comments about I had a health setback or I lost a loved one. And I think there also have to be moments in your life where you give yourself grace. And so if you're in that moment of I lost time, I didn't do the thing I know I was supposed to do because I had this other thing, that is your life also. And I think it's really important to let it go, right? To give yourself grace and love and a pat on the back and say you did what you needed to do at the time you needed to do it. That wasn't your time to do this big opportunity. That was your time to do that thing. And that's okay. Do not get caught up in that. There's one thing that you'll learn over the course of this 3 days is your past failure does not predict your future success, meaning that when we get caught up in something that we rank ourselves, I failed in that area. I didn't live up to my expectation in that area. I didn't do what I was expecting in that area. I procrastinated. I didn't do the thing. It didn't turn out the way I wanted. And you beat yourself up over and over and over again. It will keep you stuck forever. So it's super important with that difficulty to be acknowledged and let it go. You can use it as a decision point and a data point for the decisions you make over the next 3 days that are going to propel you into the next 6 months. It's so important. And when we're led by opportunity, it makes all the difference in the world. When I'm clear on opportunity, I'm so much more motivated. Once we decided that we were moving to Charleston, we were like, where's the house? Where's the house? It was like a dog with a bone, literally, where's the house? Until we found the perfect spot. I'm like, oh, fantastic. And we were that way with the new studio. We're that way with the puppy right now. But what are we guided by? What makes, like Tony always says, where attention goes, energy flows. And it's like once you make that decision, you know what the opportunity is. All the oars start rowing the boat in the same direction, and it starts to materialize because your focus is there. So recognition and clarity lead to taking the next action and actually get it done, which leads me to this next thing. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And that's super important. I know over the course of the next 3 days, it's going to be a little bit for some of you, like drinking through a fire hose, right? Like it is going to be intense. And it's important to think about the fact that we're going to do this. We're going to break this down in micro bits to make it easier for you. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. You don't have to do it all in the same moment. We're going to break it up into manageable bits so that you can get micro decisions made that lead to the end result. Macro clear, micro easy. We'll talk about that too. So today we're in strategize. Why is that important? We're a strategy first company. We think everything starts with strategy. So if you're clear on your strategy, if the macro is clear, then the micro is easy. Who's tried to make a decision, like a small decision, a big decision, and you just could not arrive at the answer? It's almost always because the macro isn't clear. You can't make the micro decision because the macro isn't clear. So if your macro is clear, your micro decisions are going to be so much easier. So the next thing I want you to do, I think it's important, is on page 11, and again, if you don't have your workbook, just write this down. My first or next virtual event will be on. You wouldn't be here if you weren't planning to do your first or next. So let's put a date on it. You might notice you have a pencil that says written in sand, not, what does it say? Written in sand, not cement,
Yeah.
right? Yep. Written in sand, not cement, meaning you can always erase it and change it if you get a new clarity this week and you're like, oh, it's not that date, it's that date. Some of you know that we had a date set for, was it March, and it became April? Because you're like, oh yeah, that doesn't work. Written in sand, not in cement. Got new clarity on that and changed it. So, but it's at least get it anchored. So let's put that visual up. Great. You have a calendar reminder right behind me. I want you to take literally 30 seconds. This is not something to belabor.
And yeah, because remember, it's written in sand, not cement.
I just want you to pick a month. I want you to pick, it says day or days. We're big fans of a 3-day. We're going to explain why during this 3 days. I know some of you were like, but I'm doing a 1 day. I'm doing a 2 day, whatever you think it is that you might be doing. Again, written in sand, not in cement. And then what year? And I sure hope that year is going to say 2022. 2022, meaning you're going to get it done this year.
Yeah.
So pick a month, pick your days, and ideally 2022. Take 30 seconds and do that. If you have to consult your calendar, do it quick. Just think about where is the perfect window where I could get my first or next virtual event done. If you already know, this will be super easy. Where's the sharpener, they say? It's
Yes.
built into the box.
Yeah, so inside, great question. I actually
Yeah.
thought about that. Inside of the little pencil case, if you pop this open, which I'm going to try and do without completely ruining it because there's a little piece of tape there. Oh, come on, you can do it, Melnick.
Nails?
No, do I need nails?
Maybe.
What I need is a knife. I'll get it. There we go. So if you pop open the little pencil carrier thing, there is a pencil sharpener as well as an eraser actually inside of that. So you can keep your pencil crayons sharp, but also sharpen your pencil. So there is one in there for
And
you.
they're already pre-sharpened. I love that. You can
Well,
use it
these
for your,
ones are, but
Yeah,
the
that one
pencil
pencil isn't. But yeah, you can use that to sharpen that one. And then these are ready to go. And Blue, did you say that the back of the emoji cards are coloring cards?
I didn't. No.
Yeah. So also note the reason you have colored pencils is you can use that to doodle. You can use that to add color and vibrancy to your plans. But it's also because on the back of every emoji card is actually a little coloring card. So, and I was saying to the All Access last night, what I've learned is that coloring is a great way to unlock creativity. It's a great way to get your brain percolating. And when you're working on a problem or an issue or a challenge or a decision, coloring it out, I have found, is really, really awesome and a good deal of fun. So you can color those in as you go. If you're working this week and you're like, I'm kind of stuck right here, I encourage you to get the coloring card out. Do a little bit of coloring and see if it doesn't unlock the creative flow for you. So now that you've locked this in, I want you to take a picture and post it in the Facebook group. You don't have to post it right this second. You can do that
No,
at the
don't post it in
break.
the Facebook. Well, you can post it in the Facebook.
Is that not where you want it?
No.
You want it on the dashboard? Oh,
want
it says right here. So
Oh,
you
yeah.
can route you on, but it should say in the dashboard.
Well, we can do the Facebook group, but also
Let's give them only one
look,
direction.
I sharpened my pencil.
Oh, it did work.
Yeah.
October
It's actually September, I think.
September. See, so good. So good.
And I think
September.
I feel like it's 30 to October. It's actually September, October.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's 2022.
2022. Of course it is.
Do you want me to
That's
take
our next
Do you want me to take a
TVE.
picture of you?
Could you take it and could you post it where
Sure,
they're
here.
supposed to? This is going to go on the dashboard.
There we go. Look at that. All right, got it.
All right. So that's what you do there. And that is to make it real, because thinking about it is different than posting it in front of everybody. Be like, I'm committing to this. I might change it, but I'm committing to do my first or next virtual event. And this is the starting point. Okay. So the next thing I want to do is talk a little bit about this little card that has Paris on it. And it says, what's your Paris? And for those of you who've been with us for a while, you know what we mean by this. For those of you who are new, what's your Paris it comes from my good friend Fabienne Fredrickson. And when she was building her coaching business through the power of a live event, she got to a point in her life where she's like, we have the money and the time and money freedom to go wherever we want to go. I grew up in France. I married an American, and we have children who've only been in the United States. I want to move them to France. I want them to experience what I experienced as a child. I want to go to Paris. And when she said that, I was like, I want to go to Paris. Like, I love Paris. Like, it's one of my favorite places on the planet. And Fabienne made the decision, and within 6 months, had moved her family to Paris, where they still live today. It's been years now, and they're happily living in Paris, France. And we get to go over and visit now, which is awesome. But I started thinking of it as, what's your Paris? Like, what her decision awakened in me is, I would like to spend more time in Paris. How could I design my life so that I got to do more of what I love, which is spend time with my husband in a city that I love? So it became this guiding North Star. What's your Paris is what's your Charleston, what's your puppy, right? It's like, what's that thing that you're like, this makes it all worth it. This reward is worth this. So I want you to be thinking about that. When you think about difficulty and opportunity, what does a purpose-driven payday mean to you? And there's actually that in your book as well, like PDP, hashtag PDP, purpose-driven payday. And the way I think of that is a purpose-driven payday is a live event. You can have impact and income, purpose and payday. So take a minute right now and think about, what would live event mean to you? Like, what is your Paris? If you were to host your first or next virtual live event and you meet the revenue goal you have, what kind of life and business are you trying to build? What is a purpose-driven payday for you? Based on what you can see right now, how much would it be? How much would you like to make? What kind of impact and income would you like to have? That is how many people, how much impact, how many people can I reach, and how much income, how much do I think I could make? Take a second right now and doodle that out. I really want you to be thinking about that. Now that you've anchored your difficulty, you've anchored your opportunity, you've anchored your first or next event date that you're going to post onto our dashboard. And now what is a purpose-driven payday? That live event, when I host that date, what would success mean to me? What level of impact and what amount of income? And we're going to teach you how to get there, but it's really great to have a destination in mind. So as you're coming back, it's not by mistake that your door hanger that Blue pointed out says, busy in here building my blank figure business. And then when you're ready, you can flip it over to, I'm in here celebrating my blank figure business, right? So when we think of a purpose-driven payday, you're on a path to what size business? In 2022, what size would you like your business to be? I'm busy in here building my blank figure business. Your purpose-driven payday is going to be the path to this. What number belongs here for your business?
Well, and for some of you, there's zero judgment here as you're thinking about what that number is. For some of you, it's a 5-figure business.
Yes.
Right? You may be, I want to make $50,000 so I can quit my day-to-day job. It may just be that simple. It may be a 6-figure business. Now, 6 figures has a pretty wide range, right? 100,000 to 999,000. But if that's you, then that's awesome. And you may already have a business that's doing 6 figures and you want to implement a virtual event or an in-person event, a live event essentially, so that you can go from 6 to 7 or possibly 8 figures. So what does that look like for you? It's different for all of us. So
this one you can write in pencil or pen, whatever you feel more confident in, but then put it on your door. And when your family's like, where are you? Or your team's like, where are you? You're like, shh, I'm busy in here. I'm building my blank figure business. Like this, you know what this is? An enrollment card. You're like, if you could just give me 3 days of quiet, I'm in here building my blank figure business. And you feel, I mean, seriously, I'm joking and not, right? It's important for them to know that. You're not just hunkered down in here doing this thing. You're hunkered down in here figuring out what's your Paris for you and your family. What could you do? What would a purpose-driven payday do for you and generations to come after you? What would it mean to you and to your family or you and your team if you were to actualize this virtual event, your own purpose-driven payday, with the impact you desire, the income you desire, leading to the business and the income that allows you to have the time and money freedom that only live events can do? When we say hashtag event life, that's what we're talking about. That's the time and money freedom that we're talking about. Okay. So now that you've done this heavy lifting, I want to go to breakout. I'd like to have you talk with each other about this. And here's the thing. As we send you into breakout, those of you who've been with us for a while, you know how this works. But those of you who haven't, I want to teach you how to go to breakout. So if you are going to be doing a virtual event, we really believe you should have 2 to 3 breakouts on day 1 and day 2 of your event. And so this is your first breakout we're sending you to. 1, it's a huge community builder, and you're going to find out how important that is. 2, it is so helpful to speak it out loud. Who gets that, especially in virtual, doing all this journaling and all this deep thinking and never actually speaking it out loud doesn't make it as real as when you then go into a room and say to someone, so my purpose-driven payday is, like my Paris is, what it means to me is, I would like to have this level of impact. I'd like to have this level of income. I'm working on building a blank business, a 5-figure, a 6-figure, a 7-figure business. The minute you start saying that, even if it feels uncomfortable, you're going to immediately be like, yes, that bubbling up of like, oh yeah, that's exactly where I'm supposed to be. Or, you know what? I'm feeling false in saying this. It doesn't mean that you are. It's that up-leveling of your thermostat of being confident and saying, yeah, a 6-figure business. Yeah, a 7-figure business. Yes, I'm going to do that this year. The impact I want to have is this number of people. And for those of you who are on the receiving end, I want you just to hold the space. There are no wrong answers. There is no judgment here. You're holding the space for whatever that person says. Yes. And what do we always say at Sage? It's on your box. It's on your journal. You can do this. That's the answer. You can do this. So you're going to say, what is your Paris? You are going to say, what is your purpose-driven payday? Meaning, I'd like to have this level of reach. I want to impact this many people this year through my live event. I'd like to generate this much money on the path to building this size business. So those are the 4 points, right? What's your Paris? The reward at the end of the day that makes it all worth it. This reward is worth it. This is the reach I'd like to have, the number of people I'd like to have there. This is the money I'd like to generate, the income I'd like to generate from my event on the path to creating this size business, 5-figure, 6-figure, 7-figure, 8-figure, whatever it looks like for you. And then the person in the room is going to say, you can do this. You can do this, right? So we're going to send you into groups of 3 to 4.
Actually, 4 to 5.
4 to 5. We're going to send you into groups of 4 to 5. You have 2 minutes each. It should not take you even that long to say that, but 2 minutes each.
Yes.
Fill your time. If you need to elaborate, do it. And you're going to have a timekeeper in the room. I think this is really important. Again, a lesson on breakouts. Equal voice, equals share. You introverts are like, oh, you can take some of my time. I don't need the whole 2 minutes. And the extroverts like, I will take it. I'd be delighted to take it. I've got a lot to say. So there's a timekeeper in every room who can go lovingly, oh, I'm so sorry, your time is up. You're like, oh, okay, just really quick, bam. And you just wrap up. You're like, thank you, wrap up. This makes sure that everybody is seen and heard. Everyone gets their time. So you have to fill your time. If the timer hasn't gone off, you still have more time. And when it does, you got to wrap it up. Like wrap it up means in a sentence, not in multiple more minutes, right? Wrap it up in a sentence. So we are going to send you out. We are going to bring you back. You don't have to do anything. The person with the shortest hair is going to go first. The person with the longest hair is the timekeeper, and you're going to work from shortest to longest. We'll give you a mention when you have 60 seconds left at the end of this little breakout. And do not flee right now. Do not be the person who turns your camera off, who's like, this is the perfect time to leave. This is the perfect time to go to the bathroom. This is the perfect time to hide. This is the perfect time to speak it out loud. I promise you there's massive, massive value in that and getting to know each other and in speaking it out loud. So did I miss anything?
No.
Okay, go team
Rock
go.
on.
We're going to send you out. We're going to bring you back. We'll see you in
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Hey guys. Hey,
We're still on that one.
yeah, I still see us in main stage 1 as well. All right. Hey, preview audience. How you guys doing? Are you guys having fun?
Hi there.
Awesome.
So good to see
All right,
you.
so we didn't put you into breakouts on purpose because I wanted to have just a couple minutes with you because I'm so excited that you guys are here. Obviously it's going to be super fun. We've got this session, which has another 10 minutes or so left in it. And then we have one more session that you're with us. But at this point,
and that one, we're going to be talking about your big why.
Mm-hmm.
Your profit pyramid, which is your business blueprint, how to get your business organized for your high ticket offer and to design whatever figure business you have.
yes. But at this point, you may be thinking to yourself, wow, this has been so much fun. I don't want it to end. At least I hope you're thinking that. And it doesn't have to. So you can join us for the next 3 days. And just by going to TVE Now, so like the virtual event, TVEnow.com. And you can register for the full 3 days. You'll get instant access to the dashboard, as well as all the downloadable resources. So even though you haven't gotten the swag box, you can still join us. Now, there is a catch. For you guys, because you're coming in today at the last minute, there is no swag box. But tickets right now for TVE are $197. But for you guys, you can still join for $97. So $97 for the next 3 days. Thank you, Kathy. Love
Yes,
that
I
response.
love that reaction.
What? Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, today we're going to be talking you through your big why, your profit pyramid. Then we're going into how to design your high ticket offer, how to package and price your high ticket offer, how to get super clear on your right fit client so that you can make your high ticket offer and do what? Attract your right fit client to you so that your event is filled with right fit clients. When you make your high ticket offer, they're like, yes, that sounds amazing. That's exactly what I want. And then we're going to be walking through the tech. Tonight, we're going through hybrid and how that works and what you need to know if you're thinking of doing hybrid. Tomorrow, we're getting into monetization and all the strategies you use to make money from your virtual live event
As
or
well
in
as
person.
filling the room. We're going to be talking
As well
about
as filling the
that.
room.
Yeah.
A big part of what you need to do, what you're doing today leads to that tomorrow. And then on day 3, we're getting into how you design your PAG and your content flow. It's the actualized portion. Now that you've done all the heavy lifting, you're ready to design your program.
Acronyms beware. What does PAG mean?
Programmatic glance.
Okay.
So when you think of our 3 days, we had to design a journey for you to be on. And there is a structure and a formula that does that for you. It does the selling for you. If you follow this formula, which is what all of our clients do, all of our clients, including us, if you follow this structure, it's going to lead you right to your purpose-driven payday. I know for so many of you, you're like, I don't know if I have enough content. I don't know where to put the content. I don't know where to put the offer. I don't know how to make it all work. I had someone say yesterday, I know where all the pieces are. I just don't know how the puzzle fits together. On day 3, all those puzzle pieces come together so you know exactly how to organize it. And we talk about one of my favorite topics, which is how to overcome objections. Because if you're going to make a high ticket offer, one thing you're going to have to know how to do is how to overcome objections that are naturally going to come up from your audience. And we know they come down to 5 things. I'm going to tell you what those 5 things are and how you can deconstruct them and overcome them so that more people say, yes, that's exactly what I need to do. I need your high ticket offer in my life. So it's a powerful, and then we end with a timeline and how you put all this into action in a reasonable timeline so that you can actually take that blueprint and get it out into the world with your first or next virtual event.
Exactly. So if you'd like to join us for the next 3 days, we would absolutely love to have you. If you're like, wow, that sounds like crazy talk, I don't want to do that, but I do want to hang out for the next hour and a half to 2 hours for the rest of the free stuff, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, you're welcome to. In fact, we encourage you to. We're going to come back from breakout. We're going to do some little wrap up. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and then we're going to dive into that second session, and you're welcome to join us for that second session.
Exactly. But we have 5 minutes left in this breakout. During that time, we're going to give you 5 minutes. It should only take 2 or 3 to go to tvenow.com, get yourself registered, and then you can actually get out of the preview session and into the main stage because there are some additional breakouts this morning. And if you are going to join us, we'd love for you to have the full experience.
You can go there too.
Yep. Awesome. All right, guys, our video is going to go off, but don't go anywhere. We're not leaving. They'll be back from breakouts in like 4 minutes. We'll see you soon.
Oh, it's so fun.
I know.
I never get tired of that.
It's so fun to
watching
see them
everybody
all
load back in.
leave, and then just boom, 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 boom.
And this is one of those moments too. I have to tell you, in person, when you do something like that, trying to get everyone back and get the room quiet and get started is like a 5-minute exercise.
Yeah.
But in virtual, it's like, bam, and here you are.
I know.
And
it's like, if you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. It's like, we don't have to do that anymore.
don't have to do that anymore. So I actually had the guys put an image up behind us. This is a picture taken from one of our events. This was actually the weekend where Trump was forced to shut the country down. This was March 14th of 2020. But I put this up here because this is how I think of a breakout. Like, do you remember in the old days back when we were doing in-person events and we'd have a round table and we would say, talk to your table, right? Like go around the table and share. So when we're putting you into breakouts or when you're designing your program and thinking about breakouts, I think of it as this. It is essentially a virtual roundtable that allows you to sit around the table together and do a share. And I thought it was incredibly important in in-person events. I think it's equally important in virtual, which is why we make sure that we send you into breakouts. It's a non-negotiable for us, and I think it should be for you too. So it's one of your big tips for today. And I think we're going to take a couple shares.
Yeah, I'd love to take an opportunity to hear from some of you who would like to share something that you learned either about yourself or perhaps about a fellow attendee in your breakout. Who wants to share? Just raise your hand or raise your digital hand. I can work with either one. I can do both, or I can just volunteer someone. I'm perfectly fine with that as well. Room 3, let's start with Michael Short.
Yeah, I had 3 fantastic ladies in the group that I was in, but right at the end, I found out that one of the folks there is in Richmond, Virginia, where I lived for the last 18 years up until last spring, and we know some of the same people already, which was just fantastic. And everybody that I was paired with, we're all in the same space in terms of kind of what our PDP is. We're all kind of in the same general ballpark. And it was really cool to hear a little bit about how virtual events are going to help each of us get to those goals. So thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So
Thanks
by
for
the way,
sharing,
I grew up in Virginia
Michael,
Beach,
sorry.
went to school at William and Mary, so not too far from you
I
guys.
grew up in Virginia Beach too.
Really?
So, yep.
We'll
Went
have to talk
Kempsville
later.
Junior High back when it was a junior high school.
Wait, what
So
was
who
it,
knows?
junior
We
high?
may know the same people.
What was your junior high, Michael?
Kempsville.
Oh, I was always jealous of Kempsville. I went to Bayside. One of my best friends went to Kempsville. I thought Kempsville was the cool school. So.
All right, let's go to room 2 next and go to Kenesha. Hey, Kenesha, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
So good.
Good. Yeah, I was just in my room, and I hope I get the gentleman's name right, Ricardo. He went first, and he actually reminded me that quality of life really needs to kind of lead quite a bit of the stuff we're talking about. I leaped out thinking, I always go big numbers, big audience, big, and I've spent the past year in therapy, and one of the things I've been working on is being happy right where I am. And so talking to him and just listening to him and him going first reminded me that success isn't always necessarily the big number. It's that impact that you have even over a small group at the right price point, but keeping your own personal peace, happiness, and quality of life will really set up where you're headed.
That is so good.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. It really is important.
I also think something that you said in there, Kenesha, is also really important. I hear you always lead with big numbers, but one of the reasons that we love virtual events is the fact that you actually don't need big numbers to not only make a big impact, but also have big income.
Yeah.
Right? We have many people who work with us for just small events. In fact, the event that we did this past weekend never had more than 100 people present. That was it.
They did about it'll be close to $300,000 in revenue
Yeah.
from that size event. And it's been a pretty consistent approach for them because they run full practices and this is like their give back, to help people. So many different things that motivate us, which is why What's Your Paris and a purpose driven payday are so important.
Yeah.
And I also want you to know, just specifically for you, Kanisha, that I think it's finding that balance between I'm driven by the number that I really want to achieve, but I'm happy where I am in this moment right now, right? You don't have to sacrifice one for the other. It doesn't have to be an either or. It's like, I'm going to use this number to drive me, but I'm going to find ways to find joy in every moment today.
Yeah.
Because if we're always looking ahead and never enjoying the moment, right, it can be painful. But I also think if you're always living in today and never looking at tomorrow, that creates a different kind of pain. So, as humans, we're always trying to make that balance, especially driven entrepreneurs.
I love
Yeah.
what Kim
That's what my
just
group
said.
was saying. It was Amelia too. That's what my group was saying. That was wonderful.
Nice.
Yeah, so
And I love
good.
what Kim Walsh Phillips just put in the chat. Content does not mean complacent.
So good.
So really, really, really good.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, we're going to take tons of shares over the course of the next 3 days, but I do think it's time for a
Yes.
quick break.
We're going to send you to a 10-minute break. We are right on time, which is so good.
Yeah.
We're
So
trying.
unusual.
So just so you know, today we have to be on time. Why? Because at 7 o'clock we have that evening session we've been talking about, and our leapers are coming in at 7 o'clock for their debrief that you're going to be joining us for. So we are on pace to be on time for 7 o'clock. So here's the way I want you to think about your break. And again, everything this weekend is very meta, meaning what you're learning is also what you should be doing. So as you're going to this break, there's a couple things I want you to think about. One, it's really important not to stay seated at your chair. The one thing in virtual and in person is a lot of sitting. So what happens with in person, I was always the MC on the stage saying, get up, move around, get a breath of fresh air, move your body. And the same thing is true in virtual. I know it's tempting to just hunker down and answer an email or check Facebook or whatever you might be doing. The one thing I want you to do is post your picture of your date into the dashboard
With
so
yourself.
that we can see
Try
that
and
you
make it
it's like you in your picture, just like Blue did with me. I want you to do that. But outside of that, I want you to stand up, move your body, hydrate, caffeinate, set a timer so you're not late getting back.
But we're
Put a
gonna-
timer on your phone, you won't be late getting back.
We are going to help you a little bit, though.
We're also going to have a timer.
Yes. Well, of course, we're going to have a timer. Yes.
We'll have a
Yes,
timer. you
no,
can see.
we'll have a timer.
But if you're moving around your house, you'll have to have your own timer,
Yes, but if you leave your computer unmuted,
which I highly recommend.
then you'll hear some music, but when you hear a very specific song, it'll be your cue to be like, oh, they're going to be starting in 3 minutes. Okay, so are you guys ready to hear what that song is? Just curious. Yes? No? No? Yeah? All right. Okay. All right. A few more people. Yes?
I love it so much.
Yeah, I know.
I seriously am so addicted to this song to the point that I was just like, it's got to be the Q song because I just love it. I call it toe tapper. Like you can toe, you could. It's just like makes me happy every time I hear it. And then I'm really bad with words, and I was like, does it have any bad words in it? So this morning we Googled it just to make sure that it wasn't going to say something crazy that later people be like, I can't believe. You. And it turns out that Dua Lipa.
So Barry read the okay, first off, don't Google the words.
No, don't.
All right,
They're horrible.
unless you really want to.
No, the one we just shared with you is good, but
Yeah,
there's another version.
There's a
of it.
remix with somebody, and it's like,
Think Da
wow.
Baby. I'm not cool enough to know who Da Baby is, but when Da Baby pairs with Dua Lipa, things get wild. Like it's a
something.
whole different song. So we are playing the clean version of this one because we think it's so good. So it's a 3-minute song. Whenever you hear that, you know that you have 3 minutes to get back in your seat. We say walk and talk, right? Whatever you're doing in your house, like do it as you're walking back to your seat so that you can be on time. Because at the end of that song, we'll be back on the stage. We're diving into Big Y, Profit Pyramid. I'm going to be, for those of you who've done this before, I always think it's so good to iterate, refine, and polish and make it better. And we're also going to be talking about a couple new ways of looking at it. So we'll
Absolutely.
see you back here in
10 minutes. And for those of you who are in our preview room, remember tvenow.com. Everybody else, don't worry about that.
We'll
All
see
right?
you here.
Okay. All right. We'll see you guys soon.
Mood with that.
It really is. Yeah, no, you're right. Barry was just saying, I don't know if you guys heard that because I think the mic was on. Anyway, it is literally, I find it impossible to not be in a great mood after hearing that song.
Like we listen to it in the car.
Yeah.
We dance to it at home.
Yeah.
We're not good dancers.
No,
Not even a
horrible
little bit.
dancers.
We do it anyway.
No, we're really not good, actually.
Really not
Yeah.
good at all.
It's amazing. Like, how could two people with so much bad rhythm
End up together?
Yeah.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, how does that happen?
We're both terrible singers. We both have no rhythm.
Yeah, we're tone deaf.
Badly.
Once a year, for only our best friends, right? The only very, very, very special people. Once a year, for each of our friends, we send them something that reminds them of how bad of singers we actually are.
We sing them happy birthday.
Exactly. Yep. It's horrible.
horrible.
It's awful. It's
Absolutely horrible.
It's not good. So I actually wanted to take a minute and hold on. Where'd she go? Oh, I had the name.
Oh no.
No,
You
I
picked
really
someone?
did. I did, and I'm trying to find her. Oh, shoot. Hey, Chuck, in meeting 4, can you go to page 2 for me?
You're really specific.
No, there was somebody that. Oh no, yeah. Go to page 2 in room 4. Maybe it wasn't room 4. Oh, I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed in myself. I really am a disappointment to
I'm
me.
gonna sit while you figure this
Yeah,
out.
I know. Thanks, Brandy. I appreciate you saying no, but really, oh man, I'm gonna have to find this one again. All right. Well, there were 2 people that were just making me so happy during that last.
I hear
session.
Robin Shear was busting him.
I know
out,
Robin
apparently.
Shear was going crazy, but I love Jennifer Irwin once again busted out the hula hoop and was going to town. So I want to just thank you for engaging and having a little bit of fun. We're going to send you something. Now this is very special. Okay, I'm going to send you a Yeti, and it's a branded Yeti. It says Sage on the front of it, but that's not why it's special. It's special because it's in sage teal, and Yeti no longer makes this color. I only have 2 left.
Yes.
And one I'm not giving away, but this one, because you were awesome, Jennifer, is going to be sent to you. And it is brand new. You know, it's not like washed. It still has the, thing in it and everything.
Jeez.
We are going to send this to you, all right? So our team's going to reach out. Actually, we probably have a shipping address because of the swag box thing, but we will confirm it for you, and this is coming to you.
We love Yetis. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, I
Yeti
have too many of
people,
them.
Everything, hot, cold, everything goes in the Yeti. Everything on the boat goes in the Yeti. Yeti cooler, Yeti. If they made Yeti, like they should make Yeti food containers, not just drink containers.
Well, they do. They're coolers, the soft.
No, but I mean like to put the food in.
Oh,
Anyway.
that would be awesome.
Yes, we digress.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just spend too much money on Yeti stuff.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
What do we? Oh, I had something else to share with you. Before we get.
Oh yeah. Oh, you'll have to now. We didn't warn the team. You know the Sunset Tower pic. Now's the time to put that up. Sorry, guys. Now's the time to do that.
So we recently. We were listening to a good friend of ours by the name of Rachel Peterson. We were in a room together, and she was sharing this. One of the ways that she develops content. So I don't know if you guys know this, but one of the many ways that you can build a list or build a following is through content marketing, right? So share content that people love, have them get to know, like, and trust you, and then build a list, whether it's through subscribers on YouTube, followers on Instagram, or email list. Obviously, probably the best way. But one of the things that she does is she has a lot of people ask her, if you don't know Rachel, she is big on TikTok, but just generally in social media, she's really, really, really smart. She has like multiple millions of followers across all the different platforms.
She just makes everything so easy
Yeah,
too.
and makes it seem simple. Because every time she says something, I'm like, oh, now I understand TikTok. Yeah. Before, I just thought it was dancing and pointing at words. Anyway, she said, one of the ways that I develop content is by asking my audience for it, because so many of them, they want to ask me questions, right? So I have a website that is pickrachelsbrain.com, which you can go check out. I think that's what it is. You can check it out at any point. And what I do with that is I take that question or questions that people submit. It's just a form. People submit a question, and she then turns those questions into content. And we thought, we're not going to be able to answer every single question that happens over the course of the next 2 days, 3 days. Why not put, it's Rachel Peterson,
Yeah,
Susie.
and Margie's got it. That's right.
Why not put a form on the dashboard that gives you guys the opportunity, if you had the opportunity to sit at the Sunset Tower Hotel with us at one of our
We put
favorite
this picture up just to like anchor this. Like this, if we were in LA together and we were gonna have like that time, this is where we go. Like if we're in LA, we stay at the Sunset Tower because I think this little rooftop bar is magical. I love to have breakfast there.
Yeah.
I love to have cocktails there. So let's say that we were hanging out together in LA and we're like, oh, you're in LA, we're in LA. Let's go to the Sunset Tower up to the rooftop lounge and have a cup of coffee or a cocktail. And then you would ask us questions. We'd be like, oh, yeah, we're together. Ask us anything you want to. What would you love to know?
Yeah.
What would you say?
Exactly.
What question would be? That's the way I look at this. If
Yep.
you were here with us, what
And it's going to
question
be
would
up the
you ask?
entire weekend. So, and you can only ask one, so you can't edit it. All right. So use your question wisely. So you can answer, you can post that in the form or on the dashboard at any point over the course of the next 3 days. And what you'll slowly start to see from Barry and I over the course of the next 3 to 6 months is you'll start to see some content that gets developed as a result of the questions that you guys ask. So
This is true.
something that we're trying out. We thought we'd try it out with you.
Yes, exactly. And we will be looking at them. So it's a great way to get your questions in front of us this week, too.
I have a very challenging thing. I forgot my coffee. I'll be back.
Okay, get it and come back. Okay, Blue's going to go get his coffee. He's going to be back. All right. So what I want to move into now, thank you, Michael, is the foundation. And you'll see that there's one that's filled out and there's one that's not filled out. And there's also one that looks like this. And you have a pen that looks like this. So this is something I'm really excited to try. This is new for TVE, okay? So we've always done the big Y exercise, but I keep having ahas every time I teach
I feel like
it.
I can help you.
Thank
with
you.
this. Yes.
Keep having ahas every time I teach it. So what I want to do is tell you how I think this works best. And I think it is the core foundation to designing your business of your dreams, your event of your dreams, your high ticket offer of your dreams. I really believe that this is the foundation of everything. And it doesn't matter whether you're Tony Robbins or Dean Graziosi or Jeff Walker or Mary Morrissey or whoever, or our own event, quite frankly, we start here. So for those of you who've like, oh, she's teaching that again. Yep. And if you were paying us $75,000 plus, which is what it is to have us plan your event for you, this is where we would start on the first call.
Yep.
It's that important. Why is it that important? Because there are going to be times in your event life where it just feels hard. Because it is hard. Is building a business hard or easy? Hard or easy? Just drop it in the chat. Hard or easy?
If it
Building
was
a business.
easy, everybody would do it.
Yeah, it's hard. Rachel says hard. It is hard. It's so hard. There are days it's harder than others. So hard. And so worth it. I really believe that. I was actually the lovely woman who does my hair and makeup was telling me I've been working with her for a year. I just found out her story for the first time today because usually don't have time to chat.
Oh.
And there's always like stuff swirling around in the green room. We're busy. We don't have time to talk. And she said, yeah, I moved here from Bulgaria to get into finance because my mom's a CPA, my grandmother's a CPA. And then I got here and I realized I love hair and makeup. I could make more money from hair and makeup. And my family in Bulgaria still thinks I'm crazy because I got this degree and I'm not using it. But I feel so fulfilled by making people look good, by making them feel good about themselves. Like, I think this is my zone of genius and they don't understand it. And they're constantly telling me I should do something else. But she said, honestly, it's been pretty easy for me to get clients. And I know there's no one better than me in Charleston. She drives from Charleston up here. That's how good she is. I'm like, I will pay you more to drive from Charleston and come to me because you're that good. At least I think so. And so she said, yeah, people are naturally attracted to me. She doesn't use these words, but what she meant was my right fit client, there's no competition for me because of the way I do things and how I show up. And I'm like, you are so right, Galia. That's 100% right. And then she said, it really drives me every day is that I want to have a life even better than my family in Bulgaria. I want to prove them wrong that I can do this myself. I want to be a strong woman in business for myself. And I want to buy my own apartment. Like I've been renting for the last 15 years. I want to buy my own apartment and I want a better life for my kids even than I had. I'm like, yes, big why. Exactly. Like it all comes down to what are those things that drive you? And I also think of it as like the calling, right? Like what's taking the call, right? Like you're getting the call. The call is you're meant for more. The call is you can do this. The call is you are meant to have a 7-figure business. The call is you are meant to be at home for your children when they get off the bus. The call is you can have time and money freedom. You can have work-life balance. The call is you are meant for more. Raise your hand if you're here because you know you're meant for more. You're meant for more than the corporate job. You're meant for more than 9 to 5. You're meant for more than the day in, day out, all the yes. And it's hard. And Gaia and I were talking about that. It's not like it's easy, but it is worth it. And I've never had a moment, no matter what hard time in my business or our business together, where we haven't had a moment. Like there are going to be hard moments, but if it's worth it, then it doesn't matter. And so when I look at this exercise and this whole big why piece, I think big why is so important because in the hard moments, you need to be reminded why you're doing this. That matters a lot. Like when it's 5 a.m. and you went to bed at 2, you need to be reminded it's worth it. When everything's going crazy and you're super busy and your event isn't filling the way you expected and you have to double down, you have to be reminded of your big why because then it will be worth it. And then when those moments of joy happen, you don't need to be reminded of your big why in the joyous moments, but you do need to be reminded of it in the hard ones. So I want you to think of this as the foundation of building everything because big why is so critical and it's balanced by who are you doing this for? Like the big why is for you. What's your big why? Why are you doing this for you? What's your Paris? What does a purpose-driven payday mean to you, to your family, to your team, to the impact you're meant to have in the world? This is what motivates you. And then there's your right fit client and your wrong fit client. What motivates them? Like what motivates your right fit client? What's your right fit client looking for from you? Why would they come to you? Why would they sign up? Why would they spend money with you? What are they looking for you to deliver? And what makes them right fit? I'm going to come back to that one in just a second. And then we get into what would make, and this goes this way, what would make them a raving fan? And the way that I describe raving fan is what would make them rave about you, like sing it from the rooftops. We had people do that for us for Leap, and I'm ever so grateful. And for TVE, say, you've got to do this. You've got to do this. This is so amazing. Like, I love it so much. You've got to come check this out. Renew, I mean, they come back year after year. Where are my TVE 4, TVE 3, TVE 2? Like, they came back year after year. There was enough value. They came back and recruit other people to come with them. Like, literally take their hand and say, you've got to come. Not just recommend it, say you've got to do it. What would make them rave, renew, and recruit? I was recently at our mastermind meeting, and Russell was telling a story of how Jeff Walker came to him and was like, for 20 minutes, talked his ear off and was like, he went to a Russell event and it wasn't run as well as Jeff thought it could be. And Jeff went to Russell and said, stop the madness. You've got to hire Sage. Like, you've got to hire Sage. And Russell's like, okay, well, he's like, no, you're not hearing me. You've got to hire Sage. Let me tell you why you have to hire Sage. And he's like, okay. And then he goes, who actually is going to get it done for you, Russell? Tell me who it is. And he said, Dave. And he goes, okay, great. And he went to Dave and said, Dave, you've got to hire Sage. Like, how many clients go to a colleague and work that hard to get them to use your services, right?
Without financial benefit.
Yeah. There's no financial incentive to Jeff to do that. But Jeff loves Russell. They're good friends and colleagues, and he wanted his event to be better, and he knew what we had done for his event, and he wanted us to do that for Russell's event. So when I say rave, renew, and recruit, I didn't tell you that story to brag. I wanted to give you a real example. When I say rave, when I say recruit, they're literally taking people and going, you have to come experience this event. We had a woman in All Access, I think it was Christy Gammon. She's like, my niece attended and was like, you have to come to this event. Like, you have to do it. So I really want you to be thinking about that passion and that energy behind it. When I say rave, renew, and recruit, that's what I mean. And so this axis, what you have right here, big why, and then I think of this as right fit client, raving fan deliverables, and non-negotiables. These work on an axis for a reason. So let's talk about that. So the big why we talked about, this is what's your Paris and your purpose-driven payday. And then your right fit client is the person that you are meant to work with. And Dean Graziosi defines this as a dot, right? And I love that definition, to give credit where credit is due. I call it right fit client. Dean calls it dot. How many of you follow Dean? You know what I mean by dot? Just like a quick show of hands. I thought it'd be a good number of you. But Dean's concept is that there's, like, let's say that we are meant to work with people who want to do live events. And we are meant to work with people who do virtual events, and people who are speakers, authors, course creators, and influencers. And then people who want to do it from their living room, and then people who want to do a 3-day, and people who want to make a high ticket offer, right? Like it could just be events. We work with people who want to do events. No, you just keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And the juicy dot in the middle is your right fit client. There's a lot of people out there. This is the one that you were really meant to work with, because when you're so clear on that and you serve them from your heart based on your big why, your mission, your purpose, your zone of genius, then they will be a raving fan.
So something to think about when you're thinking about who your right fit client is or who your dot is. I think something that's really important is the terminology right fit client. And let me ask you a question. What's the opposite of wrong? Just put it in the, or sorry, well, that just ruined it. Jesus. All right. So let me ask
the question. What's the opposite?
All right. Let's just assume for the moment you didn't hear the answer. What's the opposite of right? For those of you who weren't paying attention when I gave the answer 13 seconds ago, go ahead and put it in the chat. Thank you,
Let's see if they can guess.
Yeah.
Let's see if they get
Tom, thank you. Appreciate that. That's awesome. Okay. So yeah, the opposite of right, of course, is wrong. And one of the things that I want you to just think about when Bari says right fit client, if somebody isn't right fit, it doesn't mean that they're wrong. It's actually one of the reasons that I really like Dean's dot example, right? Because the person who's right in the middle is your, what I prefer to call, is perfect fit client, right? That's your perfect fit client right there.
I may have to change it to PFC. It messes with my acronyms,
well,
but
so you remember,
I do kind of love that.
I know, right fit client just sounds nice. So your perfect fit client is the one right in the middle, but doesn't mean that the people just on the exterior aren't also, that's your perfect. They're not wrong. They're also good, right? It's like when people define who your avatar is, like who your ideal client is. Just because they're not perfect doesn't mean they're not great. Okay, so I just want you to remember that as we're thinking through this, as you're marketing towards your dot or your right fit client, there are many people in this room who came to us to learn about live events, not to learn about the 3-day model to launch a high ticket offer through the power of a virtual event. All right, that's our perfect fit client for Bari and I. But many of you are here because you want to learn about live events. Many of you are here because you want to learn about virtual events. Just because we have a perfect fit client right in the middle doesn't mean that many of you don't also come as a result of being in the general target. So just think about that as you put that together. And you and I can talk about PFC, PFC perfect client.
But I think that's a great way to look at it. And this is why this is important. We're going to be talking about marketing this afternoon and messaging. And the more clear you are on your dot and your right fit client, the easier it is to message, right? So in all seriousness, think about this. Like, let's just use the example of I go to a car lot and you're just like, I drove to a car lot. I'm just like, I just want a car. And like, well, there's a lot of cars. What kind of car do you want? Just a car. And like, well, in order for me to help you get what you want, I need to know, would you like it to be a sedan or would you like for it to be an SUV? Would you like it to run on gas or would you like for it to be a hybrid car? Would you like for it to be completely battery charged? What price range are you looking in? Does color matter to you? Do you need a sunroof? What are all the things that you would consider? And in the middle, right here in this dot, is going to be the car of your dreams, right? Is it easier to find the car of your dreams if you go to the lot and say, here's what I figured out. I've been online, I've looked everywhere, and here's what I figured out. I would like a sedan. I would like this color. I would like for it to have leather seats. I would like for it to have a heated steering wheel because I live in a place that's cold. I would like for it to have a sunroof.
I want it to be built in America.
I want it to be built in America. I want it to be a hybrid. I'm like, okay. And they walk you over and you're like, this is your car. This is everything you just described. You're like, great, where's the paperwork? Right? I mean, seriously, in life, you go to the grocery store and you want something. Do you go I need vegetables? Or I'm making a Greek salad. I'm going to need tomatoes. I'm going to need olives. I'm going to need cucumbers. I'm going to need feta cheese. You could wander around the grocery store all day, or you could go there and be like, this is what I'm looking for. And so often, I know this seems like so obvious, but when we're building our business and building our event and we're not attracting people and filling the room, we blame ourselves and think maybe we don't work or it doesn't work or this isn't meant to work. It's not going to work. Instead of going, oh, it's the way I did it that didn't work. It's not me that doesn't work. It's the way I did it that doesn't work. So it's super important. The more specific you can be and the more you get out there and talk to your right fit client, the more you're going to learn the right words to talk to them. And when you do that, they're going to show up to your event and they're going to become a raving fan. Rave, renew, and recruit. We're going to talk about those deliverables in session 3. How do you design a high ticket offer around raving fan deliverables? We're going to get there. But guess what? So much easier to get there when you're clear on this, which is why we're doing this first.
The other thing that I think is really, really important, Barry and I talked about in the first session how you're building a business, not just an event, with what we're doing over the course of these 3 days. And this is an exercise that Barry and I do with our clients all over the place. So this isn't just something that you do for your business or for your event, but maybe a better way to say it, you want to have something like this for your business, right? Some people look at this as a mission statement, something along those lines, but you should have a big why for your business that includes all of these little pieces and parts. But you should also then have another one for your live event. And it may look a little different, and that's okay. And there may be components that are the same, which is also okay. But you really want to sit down and take a look at what that looks like, what this is for your event. And once you do your first event, before you start planning your next one, this is the first exercise you should do. Okay, we have clients who we host multiple events for over the course of a year, not just year after year after year. We have clients that we do 2, 3, and sometimes 4 events for in a single year. And every single time we start the planning process with this exercise. Okay, so just remember that as you're going through it. For those of you that read the perhaps you received, who got an email yesterday about the preview session? I feel like everybody did because I didn't set up Keep correctly. That was my bad. Sorry about that. For those of you that it confused because you're like, I already have a ticket. Why are you inviting me to a free preview session? That was me on a Sunday. Too much work. Anyway, but if you read that email, the thing that you saw in that email was the one mistake that people make around the foundations for virtual events or live events in general. And the one mistake that they make is not doing this exercise. Because if you don't know why you're doing it, this goes back to what Barry talked about with macro, clear, micro, easy. This is the macro, right? This is the big picture. Everything, all roads lead to, right? If you're trying to make a decision, you put it through the filter of your non-negotiables, raving fan deliverables, your right fit client, your big why. If you put everything that you do around your live event through this filter, decisions around your live event become super easy.
And so this is the way that I want you to think about it. The big why is what drives you. What gets you up out of bed early in the morning? What drives you, no matter what, to say this reward is worth this? What impact and what income? What purpose-driven payday? What size business you're trying to build? What does that look like? And I do like to think of it as a purpose-driven payday. When I look at Big Why, what purpose do I want to have? Impact. And what income do I want to have? Payday. I want those two things together. What drives us in those two areas? Because I promise you, once you start making money, if you're not having impact, it won't matter. And having all the impact in the world doesn't matter if you're broke and can't afford to feed your family. Who follows with me right now, right? That's why it's purpose-driven payday, impact and income. You don't have to sacrifice one for the other at any layer of your business. And then the right fit client, a big why is what drives you. Right fit client, you're thinking about what drives them. When you're thinking about that for your marketing, what drives them? What keeps them up at night? Like seriously, you know them because you've been them and you're meant to serve them. If you're being really honest, what are the things that keep them up at night, that they literally wake up? You know, the 2 a.m. sweats when your brain is percolating on something and you're not settled and you wake up in the middle of the night, it's like the cold sweats. I think that is like your soul calling you. It'd be like, knock, knock, nudge, nudge. Hey, something's off here. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. You're meant for more. You're meant to do this. You're meant to make a decision. You're meant to get out of your own way. You're meant to take the call. Like our soul nudges us constantly to go in the direction we're supposed to go. And if you know that about yourself, then you know that about them. The things that drive you drive them. They are the who of this equation. And then raving fan deliverables, think of this as the what. Again, we're going to define what this looks like in our next session. But what drives you is the why. What drives them, the who. And what would make them rave and recruit, the what. And then this last piece is what we call the non-negotiables. And this is the how I'm going to deliver it. And I want you to think of that. Think of it from the perspective, no reward is worth this. Like if there is something that you're like, I don't care how much you pay me, I don't want to do that. And I want you to future cast that, because if you're not in the financial position you want to be in, it's really easy when you're designing this to be like, I will do anything if you will pay me this much money. Who's in that position if you're willing to be honest? Like, I'll do anything if you're willing to pay me this much money. And you might be for a little while, but I promise you, as soon as you start making money, that is going to go away. As soon as you start making money, you're going to be like, oh, I wish I'd never agreed to do this. I hate doing the Saturday morning calls. I hate working in August when the kids are off. Hate's a strong word, but I dislike having to work in the evenings. I dislike being on phone calls all day long. Like it starts to become no reward is worth this, and then you'll be trying to scale it back. So here's what I want you to hear. If you're advanced in your business, like I've already figured this out, I want you to do a quick self-audit right now. Is the business that you've built the right fit for you? Is it following your big why? Is it really serving your right fit client? Are you clear on who that is? Is it having people rave, renew, and recruit? Are the deliverables right? Like they're raving, they're renewing, they're recruiting. Like without you even asking, they are doing that for you. And is it compromising any non-negotiables? And by the way, your non-negotiables may have shifted. What was a non-negotiable when you started your business may be different right now in a more accelerated form of your business. It's great to do a self-audit. And if you're just getting started, I beg of you, you're in the perfect position to design the future business of your dreams today. Remember what I said, the decisions you make today are what you're going to be living in 6 months. And then 6 months after that, and 6 months after that. Do you want to constantly have to pivot? Like I did this because I was desperate, but now that I'm not desperate, I want to do this. And now that I have a little bit more money, I want to do this, versus designing the business the way you would love it, not just today, but 6 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now. And I'm not saying that it won't evolve. It will, 100% it will. But based on what you know now, what would this look like? And I want you to be honest with yourself, because that's all that matters. No one can define your big why for you. No one can design your right fit client for you. No one but you knows best what would make your right fit client rave, renew, and recruit. And no one but you knows what your non-negotiables are. And I often use the example, I've done this before just because I think there's such good crystal clear examples of 2 clients that we took through this exercise when I was first designing it. It was Marcia Weeder and Jeff Walker. And when we went through this exercise, Marcia said, what drives me is serving my audience. She teaches people how to dream, how to get reconnected to dreaming. So for those of you who are thinking, everything that Bloomberry is saying works if you're in business development, dimes to dollars, but does it work for personal development? Marcia's thing was, I teach people how to dream again. People who forgot how to dream, I teach them how to awaken their dreams. It doesn't get more woo or personal development than that. Right? And then she said, so that's my impact. But on the income side, within 5 years, I want to be living in Italy. It's always been my dream. I want to retire there. I want to retire in 5 years and live in Italy. So I need to make enough money. And it's Marcia Weeder. She's a brilliant, brilliant event host and teacher and friend and colleague. I love her to death. And she was so clear on that. It's like, that's the big why. That's the impact and the income big why for me. That's my Paris. Her Paris is Italy. Her Paris was Rome, right? It's about your Paris. Your Paris is just your vision of what would make it worth it for you. And then for the right fit client, she said, many of them are going to be older. I don't really care what age they are, but I know that the people I meant to serve are going to skew toward older, widowed, divorced, kids just left, second chancers, leaving corporate. They're starting over again in some way because of one of those conditions, a death, a divorce, the kids leaving corporate, starting over. That's who I meant to serve. So with that clarity, we put all of our marketing to that dot. And that's who showed up to her event. And we also got, surprisingly, some young kids, like in their 20s, who were like, I just want to get it right from the beginning. I just finished college and I'm trying to figure out the dream, right? That fits with what Blue just told you. Perfect fit was what I described first. Those kids were still right fit. They were just on the periphery of her perfect fit. Who follows? Are you with me on this? Just see a show of hands. Okay, good. Then on the right fit Raving Fan deliverables, she said, they don't need a lot. They need some private time with me and each other in a safe space where they can dream again. And my non-negotiables are that I do not want to work in August. I don't want to have to hire a team. I'm past my team building years. And I don't want to do more than one call a month, but only for 8 months of the year. I don't want to design any new content. I've been doing this for 60 years because she was 60 at the time. She said, I've been doing this 60 years. I don't need to design more content. Everything that people could possibly need is already out there. And I don't want to work more than 4 weekends a year. So great. We designed her Raving Fan deliverables for her people based on 4 immersive retreats and 8 calls and access to her library of products that already existed. She didn't need a team. She didn't work more than 4 weekends a year. She only did 1 call a month on the 8 months that she had hand selected. It was amazing. Guess what? On those other months, 9, 10, 11, 12, those were the retreat months, right? So they had a contact every single month. It just looked slightly different. She charged $25,000 for that, and it was a 7-figure event. And that's all she was doing, was teaching them to dream. When I say all, if you've forgotten how to dream, how radically important is that? Is that all, or is that everything?
Yeah. One of the things that I think is really, really important, and a lot of people forget as you're looking at Raving Fan deliverables, is usually when people start with this, right, and they start looking at, okay, I want a high ticket offer. This is what my clients want. And they start thinking things like this. They want one-on-one time with me. They want the ability to ask me questions. They want to know how to build a virtual event, perhaps, right? These are the sorts of questions that we think that they are asking, and therefore we think, okay, I need to put one-on-one coaching into my program. I need to make sure that I have Q&A time in my program. I need to make sure that I've got a workshop where they can develop their program flow or what have you. But I want you to think about this from a slightly different perspective. Don't think about the thing that you do. Think about the thing that they get as a result of that.
The outcome.
The outcome, right?
Yeah.
So
people buy outcomes, by the way. So whenever you're thinking about this, it's like, what's the outcome that I'm going to deliver?
Exactly. So your Raving Fan deliverables are less about what you're delivering and more about the outcome that they get as a result of that delivery.
Yeah, like the outcome was, if I dream again, I'm going to use Marsha. I thought this was so great. She never said, I'll help you make more money. She never said, I'll help you do anything with your business. I will literally just help you dream again. But you know what started to happen for people in her programs? It became, you'll never believe what happened. I wrote my first book. You'll never believe what happened. I met the love of my life. You'll never believe what happened. I started a new business. Because when they started dreaming again, all of these things that had gone dormant started to come back alive, and they renewed again and again and again. Because it was like, now I'm ready to pursue the next dream. I met the love of my life. Now I want to write the book. I wrote the book. Now I want to create a business. She had an incredibly strong renewal rate because she was so clear on what she was meant to do. Jeff Walker, radically different business proposition. When we started working together, we were going through the same exact exercise. And he said, I know that my goal in life, what I'm meant to do and how I'm meant to serve, is to get as many people as possible from any walk of life to launch the product of their dreams, the business of their dreams through the product launch formula. It's not about selling product launch formula. I've done well financially. I'm in a really good place. It's not about selling more product launch formula. It's about getting more product launch formula into people's hands and get them to actually use it, not just buy it, use it. The more people who launch, the more we change the world together through the power of product launch formula. It was very much legacy for him. But having said that, if I don't make at least this much money, it's not really worth it to do it. Like, I won't feel like I'm fulfilled and satisfied. It's not about the money to me, but I do want to be well paid. I'm going to come back to that one in a second. And the right fit client is anybody willing to show up and do the work, who actually is taking it seriously enough that they're not just going to buy it, they're going to use it, they're going to do it and become part of the legacy. But anybody who has that dream, I can take the formula and help them do it. Then the Raving Fan deliverables, the outcome was that they would get proven traffic, a proven offer, and it would be consistent so that they could have first sale, next sale, consistent sales, more sales. He wanted them to build a business using product launch formula. So right fit client Raving Fan deliverables where I don't just want to launch once, I want to create a business through the power of launch. And the outcome is, if you can help me do that, create a 5, 6, 7-figure business. Jeff is a lifestyle business. His right fit client tends to also be lifestyle. I want what we call hashtag launch life, the same way we say hashtag event life. Time and money freedom through the power of launch, the same way that we believe in time and money freedom through the power of live events. And his non-negotiables were super clear. I won't work, August seems to be a theme, but I won't work in August because that's my rafting month. I go rafting with my friends. We plan it all year long. I will not compromise that no matter what. Ski Fridays are paramount. That's where I go skiing with the kids, or I go skiing on my own. It's my time with nature, and I will not give that up. Not one single Ski Friday. And time with Mary and the kids on the weekends, and time with Mary and kids in the evenings. And I will not do one-to-one coaching. And so when we started to analyze that for him, and I think this is really important, think about it. Jeff's Raving Fan deliverables, the outcome that they wanted was to be able to launch faster, quicker, more easily. Would they be able to do that if they had private coaching with Jeff? Like if Jeff Walker himself would hold your hand and coach you through product launch formula, would you be more likely to do it? Would you want that? Would you rave, renew, and recruit? Yes. But his non-negotiables were, I will not do one-on-one coaching. And so he had this gap to fill. And the gap was, how do I get them the hand-holding if I'm not doing the coaching? Well, I need to, remember I said I'd come back to the income? I need to make enough money that I can hire a team to fill that gap. It's not about me anymore and my income. It's about creating the size of a business that allows me to scale and have the team to continue the legacy and to do the things I'm not able or willing to do anymore at this stage of my life, but I still want my raving fan, my right fit client to be a raving fan. And the way to do that is for them to get that level of coaching. I'm going to fill that gap. And incidentally, the gap works this way too. Your big why will be really empty if it's not with your right fit client. There is always an alignment with your big why and their big why, because you are them. You're a mirror for them. It is really rare to have someone coaching people unlike them. Even if it's the them of 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there is that mirror there. So when you're like thinking, who are they? They're you, right? Who you are. What keeps you up at night? What are those things that keep you from doing what you need to do? For Marcia, the gap was filled by sticking to her non-negotiables. It wasn't about hiring team. It was about not hiring team. So we literally had to design it in a way that there wasn't a gap. We designed it in a way that they got exactly what they needed without compromising her non-negotiables. So this is so important to everything we're going to do. I want you to take a few minutes. We're going to start with 3 minutes. And I want you, this is where the journal comes in. Journal it out. And if you don't have journals, grab a sheet of paper, grab your computer. Start with the big why. I want you to type everything in or write everything in that you can think of. And then do the same thing for right fit client, and then for raving fan deliverables, and then for non-negotiable. Why I'm not having you do it one by one is what I've found personally when I do this is sometimes things populate over here while I'm thinking about this, and populate here while I'm thinking about this. So just look at it as a puzzle that you're putting together with all these 4 pieces. The gap will emerge once you're clear on the 4 pieces. So you're going to take 3 minutes and just here's the key. Do not put this through a filter of, I can't afford that. I don't know how to do that. I'm not ready for that. I don't know who they are. I don't know where to find them. Don't borrow all the troubles of how you're going to implement this. This is blue sky thinking. In a perfect world, what would this look like? This is not about how you're going to get there. That I'll take care of for you today. This is just about getting clear on what that looks like for you and only for you. They're all going to look different because they're based on your unique vision. Okay, let's take 3 minutes. We're going to put on some journal music. Let's do that right now. Come back to me. Who needed more time on that? I'm just getting a quick survey. Okay, good. I'm delighted to see that. I'm debating. Do you want to take 2 more minutes right now?
No. So here's
Worried about running out of
Can
time.
I would like to tell you guys something. This is something that never stops.
Yeah, we're
You are
constantly
always
refining it.
going to need more time on this.
Yeah, it's
Right?
so
Because
true.
it's a constantly evolving thing. Our right fit client has changed over the course of the last 6 months. Our big why has changed over the last 3 months. Our raving fan deliverables have changed in the last couple of months. Now, not everything, but they've evolved, or maybe a better way to say it is they've iterated, right? Little changes, but those little changes make a big difference. So this is something that you're always going to be, working on over the course of your business life. But take some extra time over the course of, our breaks, our lunch breaks, our dinner breaks. Tonight, if you have a free moment, if you normally read before you go to bed, take a couple minutes and make some notes on.
Yeah, I was
on the
actually going to
access.
say, like, I think there's, when we're going through, I want to make sure we get through our content, stay on pace. We've got a pretty detailed timer. One of my areas of growth today is sticking to my timer. Those of you who know me well know that's not my superpower.
That's awesome.
But in all seriousness, if it were me, this is such an important exercise. Like, now that you have the foundational understanding of it and you've started to doodle it out, once you hear everything today, tonight, or early in the morning, tomorrow, whichever is your better time, it's like grab a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, go to a quiet, sacred space, a place where you won't be distracted, a place in nature, a quiet corner of the house, a place, put on music if you need to, and get into the zone of, again, journaling it out without a filter. Because once you do that, you can then refine it into, like, I think of it as like, put it in a crucible and boil it down to those nuggets of pure gold. When we're journaling, and all the thoughts are coming and they're coming and they're coming, and that's great. And then we can look at them and go, okay, I'm going to circle this and circle this and circle this. Like, the gold is right here. And that's why you have a blank page in your books. Because once you're clear on that, you can write it in sand, not cement, because again, it will be refined. Now, I just wanted to say really quickly, this is where this comes in. Now,
Shall we talk about what this should have been?
so first I want to give credit where credit's due. Diane Forster, where are you? I was inspired to do this by Diane. So one time we were on a call and Diane took her profit pyramid, which we're going to next. And she was like, I've doodled it all out right here. Here it is. Look. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's so great. I can see your whole business on one page and give you the exact advice you need. I was like, I should put that in the TVE boxes. So these are the most important foundational exercises laminated with a dry erase pen and an eraser, so that when we're doing Q&A time together, I inevitably, if you know me, I will be like, that's awesome. What's your big why? That's awesome. Where's your profit pyramid? You can be like, here it is right here, right? It's so awesome. Like, here it is right here, Bari. I'm like, okay, got it, right? So this is a super thank you, Diane. Seriously, I so appreciate you. Do you have it nearby, by the way, your profit pyramid board? I'm like putting you on the spot. I didn't tell her to do this. Hold on, let's unmute Diane really fast. Oh wait,
You guys, there's mute wars going on.
There are.
Diane, let us unmute you.
Hold on, we're gonna unmute you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, there we go. Let's see.
That's okay. I do. Give me 2 seconds. I'll grab it.
Okay, great. So while she's doing that, Blue will tell you what is a little bit of a fail on this. It's awesome, but
so we got these and we were like, oh, this is fantastic. And kind of small.
Yeah.
I kind of wish I meant for this to be bigger.
It's going to be bigger.
I was on me again.
Yeah, not clear specs, not clear instructions. So that's actually on me for not being more clear. I still think it's super helpful. Next time it'll be
So this is
bigger.
where we invite you to TVE 5, where the worksheets will be larger.
Claim your ticket now for TVE 5, where we're going to have... No, we're just kidding. Okay, Diane, let's see it.
Yep, I'm here. Okay, so I'm so glad I inspired you, and you guys inspire me, as you know. So yes, so I still have it here.
Yay.
This is my profit pyramid. Hang on, let me
So
see
good, yes. And
Yeah.
at a glance, I can literally be like, da, 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 got it. I understand what your business is. So that's
Yeah.
why you have these. It's going to be like little tiny writing, but it's still going to be good. You're just going to capture like the biggest, most important nuggets. So seriously, Diane, literally, this is where that came from. On that call, I was like, oh man, we should be doing that.
That was so funny because everybody else started whipping out their whiteboards. That was such a great call. But you guys inspired me because now I have a vibe board.
Look,
And I have
that's awesome.
Oh my
I
gosh.
love your studio. I mean, seriously, it just keeps getting better and better and
I
better.
was looking at the 75-inch vibe board this morning. Oh, I kind of want one. All right.
Thank you,
anyway,
Diane.
sorry.
Thank you.
Okay,
Seriously.
I got to take a break. I got to go do my TV show, but I'll be
Do it.
back as
All
soon
right.
as I
We'll
do.
see you back. Thank you here.
Bye.
Thank you. Okay, so again, work in progress. Now you know what this is supposed to be. You've gotten a good running start. Find a quiet moment tonight or tomorrow morning, because I swear to you, we come back to this over and over. And in your book, it says macro clear, micro easy. The decisions that you're going to start to make when this is clear are so much easier to make. I promise you that. I promise you that. So that's why you have that in here. Okay, so I want you to just take a moment and think, in this moment, now that you've just done the exercise, these are going to be breadcrumbs for you to circle back to later tonight or tomorrow morning. Where do you need more clarity? Just jot it down. What am I unclear on? Where do I need more clarity? Where do I need to spend another minute with myself?
Yeah.
Where do I need more clarity? Where do I need? Because you'll try and come back to this moment. And you'll be like, what was I thinking? What was I? Try and get back to the moment. Leave yourself some breadcrumbs that make it easy for you to find your way back. And as you're doing that, I want you to write down, what gap do I need to fill on the x-axis? What gap do I need to fill on the y-axis? What gap? Don't worry about how you fill it. That's filter. Just what gap? Just identify what gap you need to fill. That's what you're going to do tonight or tomorrow morning. I promise you it will serve you well. Time well spent. Okay. Blue Melnick is going to teach you profit pyramid.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about profit pyramid now. But I gotta say, hey guys, can we put the Eiffel Tower back up behind us?
Love the Eiffel Tower.
I have to tell you,
You have to tell the story of the picture, like fast.
Okay, so really quickly, this picture that you're about to see, this shot right here, I'm sure you guys caught it, but this is a picture that I took while I was in Paris, I think 3 or 4 years, well, actually probably 5 years ago at this point. And it's obviously at the base of one of the 4 legs, and I had a camera on a tripod, and it was just looking up. And 2 days before that, later on today, we're going to be down in my office for when we go through Tech Stack. And if you look at the photo behind my desk is a really large print, and it's essentially the same photo taken on a foggy night. And you can't see the tip of the tower. It's really cool. But anyway, I love that shot, and I think it looks cool in this. So here's what we're going to chat about next. And this is your what we call your profit pyramid. There are a lot of different words for this. I've heard it described. I mean, some people call it just straight up a funnel. I've heard value ladder or value stack. I've heard
ascension
ladder, ascension path. There's a few different words for it, but it's basically the different levels of your business. Some people call it a funnel, not necessarily just a funnel in the sense of a page that leads to another page, but like once they start with you at one level, then they, distill down and, pay a little bit more to get a little more time with you, then they pay a little more to get a little more time with you, et cetera, et cetera. So Bari came up with the term profit pyramid. I don't know. I feel like it was about 5 or 6 years ago, something along those lines, and we've been teaching it ever since. And it's essentially a way for you to define what the various levels of your business actually are. And down at the bottom, it starts with free. This area right down here is how do you attract your audience? How do you get them to know, like, and trust you, right? For some of you, it's going to be a podcast. For some of you, it may simply be some kind of lead magnet, something that you give away for free in exchange for an email address. There's a lot of different ways for that, but this is essentially how you build your list or build your following or build your audience. Next level up can be any number of things, but for a lot of people, they go from free to perhaps a course. Something along those lines. And sometimes a course will have a price point of, let's say, $997 or up to maybe about $29.97. Now, that's rough. We've seen all sorts of different price points when it comes to courses, but that's kind of that next level. Now, the next level up, oddly enough, goes down in price. Okay, and I know this is a little bit weird, but for a lot of people, the next thing that happens is where we are right now, which is why it's highlighted in yellow. It's a live event. Now, in our case, this event is $97. For those of you still on the preview, you can go to tvenow.com and join us for the rest of the week. Anyway, so $97 for the event. And then, of course, there's a slight upgrade for those of you that decided to take us up for all access. Now, for some people, they choose to spend or have that event be a little bit more expensive. Some of our clients see price points in the area of $297 to $997. But generally speaking, the majority of our clients and the majority of our students go on the lower end from a price point perspective. Main reason for that is because at the live event, they make an offer for their high ticket offer, right? And for those people, a high ticket offer, we tend to think of a high ticket offer as something that is a course or a program or services that is $6,000 and up. Okay, so let's just go $6,000 plus. Now, for some of you and for some people, the next level up is maybe something a little bit more exclusive. So oftentimes a high ticket offer is in the form of a large group. So if we go back to Jeff Walker's example of Launch Club is a larger group coaching program, has several hundred people in it at this point. And it is higher priced, right? It's like $14,000, $15,000, somewhere around those lines. But there's a next level up in Jeff's case. And oftentimes that's in the form of a mastermind, right? And I'm just going to put MM. And those tend to be, generally speaking, $20,000 and up. Now, these price points for both this $20,000 one as well as the $6,000 one, those are for year-long programs, okay? So it's not like $20,000 for a minute and a half. There's a tremendous amount of value that comes from these. I'll tell you, Barry and I, this year, I think we are spending somewhere in the area of $220 or so thousand on the various masterminds that we're a part of. And for us, we do that because we want to learn from people who are doing the thing that we want to learn how to do without making all the mistakes. Right? And we are fortunate enough to be at a point in our life and business where we can afford to do that. So masterminds are next level up. Now this top level right up here is what I would call typically one-on-one, or some people look at this as VIP days. Some people see that as consulting. That is generally what the top end. Now I am right now defining what Barry and I's perfect fit client is, right? So our perfect fit client is somebody who teaches people how to do something that they are really good at so that they can get better in that area, whether it's business development or personal development. Generally speaking, those are the people that we work for. Those are our clients, such as Tony Robbins, Jeff Walker, Mary Morrissey, Marisa Murgatroyd, and you guys have heard the names before, so I'm not going to go deep on that. But those people are all teaching a specific topic that people want to learn so that they can then implement what they just learned in either their life or their business to have a better life or a better business. So that is essentially what this looks like. And what's really interesting is at every layer, there are different components, and Barry's going to talk a little bit about the through line between these in a moment. But what I want to touch on first is some people, when I show this, say, okay, I have to have all of this in order to have a business. Right? I need to have the free layer, I need to have a course, I need to have an event, I need to have a high ticket offer, I need to have a mastermind, and I need to have some kind of VIP day or one-on-one strategy. And I will tell you that the first 17 years of our business, the only layer that we had, anybody want to guess, just out of curiosity? I'm going to tell you anyway, don't worry. It's this up here. Oh, I just erased. I'm learning how to use my vibe. Right up here. For the first 17 years of our business, that was the only part that we had. Okay? And I think we did okay. And how I think we did okay, we built a multi-million-dollar business through the power of one-on-one coaching. Now, I'll tell you things that we didn't do during that time. I didn't really focus on a website. In fact, I still don't really focus on a website. If you go to poweredbysage.com.
No.
Well, first off, if you Google us, there's a solid chance that you'll wind up trying to buy Viagra. I still have to figure out how to fix that. I don't know what's going
Is
on
that like
there.
a mean joke someone played?
No, it's another story for another day.
But literally, our website's so antiquated. Like,
It doesn't even mention
cringe.
virtual events.
If someone was, no, it does not. It does not even mention virtual events.
So the reason I want to say this is you don't need all of these levels. Okay. It wasn't that much bourbon, Tom. So
Tom, for those of you who don't see all the chat, is like, that's just related to large bourbon consumption. That may be true. But
okay, so here's the thing that I just think is super important. You don't need all of these levels. And if you're just starting out, one of the things that we love about live events is that you can do the live event to a high ticket offer without having a course, and in some cases without even having the freebie down at the bottom. Okay, because you don't need a ton of people to come to your live event to have it be profitable. You know, I have a client who just did an event this past weekend, and she had, I hope she doesn't mind me sharing this, but I'm gonna share it without the name. Okay, she had 20 people at her live event, and she made a high ticket offer of $10,000 and sold 2 people. So in one weekend, she made 20 grand. That feels pretty awesome to me, right? Especially when you think about the fact that, okay, I could do that a few times over the course of the year and have a 6-figure business with nothing else. Just
from my living room.
Exactly. In the Keys.
You
All right.
know?
You go literally from live event just a high ticket offer and make nothing else matter. So I just wanted to say that you don't need to get into the weeds on every single layer. They all work together, and as your business grows, that's how I would do it. I would say, okay, focus on the high end, focus on the event to your high ticket offer, and then, because, you know, Barry and I don't have a mastermind. That's not.
And let's talk about that for a second. I'm just seeing a lot of questions about what is this versus what is that, kind of getting into the deliverables. In session 3, we're going to talk more about each of these layers and how I would define them. Like, what is a mastermind? What is a group coaching program? Yep. I will say that in our industry, there are a lot of shades of gray where people call something a mastermind that somebody else might call group coaching. I don't worry about getting too stuck on the labels for what it is. But for purposes of you not getting stuck, here's how I would explain it. Like the free thing, and this gets into through line. Are you okay with me going here on this now?
Yes.
Okay. So the free thing is the thing that is like a taster of what you do to get people excited about you. Let's talk about that for a second. So I want the guys to put up that image of Costco. And let's just see, like, can you guys see this? So do they have Costco internationally, or is it only the United States? I don't know the answer to that, but they do.
I know they have it in Canada, which to me means that's international.
But if you've ever been to Costco on a Saturday, I mean, how many of you love to go to Costco on a Saturday because of this, the sample lady, right? Like the samples are awesome, right? So for me, Costco is some people go there for volume buying. I go there for samples. I think it's amazing, right? So I go to Costco and you get a sample, right? You get a sample for what reason? They're like, would you like to try this? Like, I would like to try that. And then you try it, and then here, let me walk this way. And then that lady who's talking to the one in pink is like, oh, do you like that? And this lady's like, I do like that. She's like, would you like some? I happen to have them right here. How many would you like? Right? And you're like, I'll take 2. It's like a taster that leads to you doing the next thing. And then what happens? Let's go to the next picture. As you walk around Costco, it looks like this, right? So I want you to think about your profit pyramid as Costco. And I really mean that. Everything that's free is like a taster. And I want you to imagine yourself going, would you like to try this? And your right fit client says, I would like to try that. And they try it and they go, that was amazing. I would like more. And you're like, you would? I just happen to have that right here. Would you like 1, 2, or 3? And that's as you're moving up your profit pyramid, right? Like I'm going to first give you the taster, the really simple thing. And then once you fall in love with it, I'm going to offer you the next thing. And then once you fall in love with that, I'm going to offer you the next thing. So as you're moving through your profit pyramid, we're going from free to that was amazing. I want more. Great. How about my course? I can do a deeper dive in my course. If you would like to pay to spend more time with me, we can do a deeper dive into everything I just covered free. And at the end of the course, what happens if you do an amazing job in the course? Then your audience says, that was amazing. I would like more. And you're like, great, fantastic. I just happen to have a live event coming up where I can spend 3 full days with you. 3 immersive, amazing full days. And in the power of virtual, you can do it from home. You don't even have to get on a plane. If you're willing to give me 3 days, I'm going to share even more with you. And in those 3 days, they're going to go, this is amazing. I want, if you had to guess, what would they say? Put it in the chat. Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Yeah, I want more. I want more. Yep. Thank you, Jocelyn and Melissa McGavick and Africa. I want more. And you're like, great. I thought you would. I just happened to have an invitation for you to join me in group coaching, mastermind, or private. And there are variations of this. We're going to talk about it in our next session. And for most of you, this is really important. I don't want you to try and offer all 3 things. If you're just getting started, you don't offer all the things. And the closest analogy I could give you, also using Costco, is how many products, if you have to guess, are in any average Costco? Like thousands, right? Someone at Costco has to decide on Saturday morning, we are going to feature this product at the end of the aisle. This is the one. And when they taste that, then they're going to want more. And that's going to complement when they get to the next aisle, and they're going to taste that one, and then they'll want more, right? You're not trying to do everything all the time and showcase all the things. The most important advice I can give you is that once you have this figured out, you've got your big why figured out. This is macro clear, micro easy. It's so much easier to design this because your right fit client goes up through every layer of the profit pyramid, right? It's not a different right fit client here and a different right fit client here and a different right fit client here and a different right fit client here. They're all the same person. The only difference between this layer, this layer, this layer, this layer, or any layers you have up here is how much they're spending and how much access they're getting to you. So up here, one-to-one, more access, which is why it's more expensive. This might be $25K for 1 day, for 4 hours. And this is $20K for a year. Why is this $20K for a year and that's $25K for 4 hours? Because in a private day, it's my focus on you and only you. And in a mastermind, for those of you asking what a mastermind is, it tends to be when people sit around in a room together and there's a leader, you, and people, and this could be virtual or in person, and each person shares, I'm going to share in front of the group, and I'm going to get the group's feedback and your feedback on my business. Think of it as think tank, as laser coaching, as hot seating. I'm presenting a challenge, and I'm getting the group's collective experience to solve that challenge. These are normally by application only. Why? Because if you have somebody presenting to the group and these people know nothing about it because they're underneath, they have not gotten to that point yet, are you going to get valuable feedback? You just paid to put this challenge in front of people and like, oh, that's a really great question. I've never seen or heard of that before. No, you want people who are like, no problem. We've seen that. We've done that. Here's what I'd advise. So the concept of mastermind in its purest form is the mastermind. The group think is more powerful than individual think, right? Rather than one person trying to solve a problem, we put the group's focus on the problem. And that's why they tend to be smaller in number, tend to be higher in price, and tend to be by application only. Group coaching costs less and has more people in it because it's one person teaching to many. And you can think of this as kindergarten, junior high, high school, college, graduate school. It's one-to-many teaching. It's essentially group coaching. The education system is built around one teacher teaching many, and you learn from the teacher, you learn from each other's questions. And this is a key piece of group coaching, is that you often learn more from the questions you didn't know you needed to ask than your own questions. So often, whether it's you looking at your own business, you'll think, I've got to have one-to-one, when actually you might benefit more from one-to-many. from being in a group of like-minded people. And the same thing when you're thinking about your right fit client, when you're just getting started out, you know who your right fit client is and what drives them. You know what would make them rave, renew, and recruit, what outcome. You know your non-negotiables, what you're willing and not willing to do to not compromise and still accomplish your big why. Macro clear, micro easy. No, don't go ahead. Micro easy. If I know who my right fit client is, then I know what I'm designing for them free. I know what I'm designing for them in a course. I know what I'm designing for them in a live event. And I know which of these formats would be best when they go to the next level. Because all roads do lead to a high ticket offer. Why? Because a high ticket offer is where you can have what? Hashtag purpose driven payday. You can make more money and have more impact up here than constantly giving everything away for free, or doing a course that they do on their own or with you, or through an event. As much as I love an event, and I think it is a transformative experience and the fastest path to the high ticket offer, there's only so much I can get done in 3 days. I'm going to give you everything I possibly can for this 3 days, but there's only so many hours in a day. And I want you to think about that as you're designing this. What can I give you in free that's the perfect taster? Think of Costco again. Does Costco go, hey, would you like a slice of cake? And then would you like a whole hot dog? And then would you like a steak? No, they're like, here's a taste. Do you like that? Great. Now you can invest in the next thing. How smart is Costco? If we went down, if you were going down the aisle, you're like, that cake looks good. I don't have time to eat cake. I got things to do. They know their right fit client. They're busy on a Saturday trying to get through, but what makes it so much more enjoyable? A great taster. And then when I try it, what do I want? More. I know it's a super simple analogy, but it's really true. So you're not trying to give everyone everything at free. You're trying to give them just enough to say, I want the next thing.
So with that,
yes,
what I'd love for you guys to do.
Oh, wait, before they do. So just really fast. Before we go into this exercise, you're not trying, I want you to understand the whole path so you know all the different layers. I don't want you to think you have to do every layer. To Blue's point, we started here and for 15 years lived here. And then we went here into group coaching. We don't even really have a course. We have a course for in-person events that was shelved when COVID hit. And we don't have a mastermind. I think that's critical for you because you don't have to do every layer. But this is a profit pyramid, is your business blueprint. Your business should fit on one sheet of paper. You should be able to simply and easily explain to your right fit client what the options are to work with you. Free, low ticket, and high ticket. And the live event, yay, live event, is the fastest path to bridge between free, low ticket, and high ticket. And if you get that, you're like, boom, this is where you should have like drop the mic emoji. You're like, yay, building my business is that simple. That's all I have to do, all on one sheet of paper. And that's why you have the ability to fill it in here and also on your laminated piece, because anytime you ask me a question about your business or your event, I'm going to say, what's your big why and what's your profit pyramid? Because everything I need to know is right there to give you the advice you need to get. And everything you need to know is right there to make the decisions you need to make. Who follows? Just want to make sure I've not left you behind. Okay, go team, go.
Awesome.
Awesome.
So now I want to give you guys 2 minutes to prep for a breakout. And how you're going to do that is by going back to your dashboard. There is an exercise on your dashboard that asks, what are the layers of your profit pyramid that you have right now? And then a second question that says, what are the layers that you need in the future? Okay, so take a couple of moments.
This is like the honest self-audit, by the way. There's no judgment in this. And you should, and I don't mean by us, I mean, you shouldn't judge yourself as you're doing this.
Yeah.
Fight the urge to do that. This is an honest assessment. Where am I right now? You might be like, the only layer I have, Bari, is free. And Blue, the only thing, I don't think I want to do a course. Could I do free to live event? Yes. And then could I go into my high ticket offer? Yes. And I just want to start with private, or I just want to start with mastermind. I just want to start with group coaching. Any of those are fine. So where are you right now? And then where would you like to be?
Exactly. Take 2 minutes and we'll be right back.
Yeah.
All right. So just as a reminder, as we're talking about this, there's a lot of people who talk about different ways to market, different ways to fill the room, different ways to grow your list. One of the things that I see a lot of people who are just getting started focus on is a really low ticket offer, right? A while ago, there was a term that was introduced, at least it was the first time I heard it a couple of years ago, called a tripwire campaign. And a tripwire campaign, who's heard the term tripwire? Okay, awesome, cool. So a lot of you have. Now, a tripwire campaign is a great way to find out who your buyers are. But the problem with the tripwire campaign is it tends to be an exceptionally low ticket, right? So it's like a $7 or a $5 or a $20 item, or maybe it's $100. And I constantly thought to myself, okay, what's easier to do? Is it easier to find 10,000 people to pay me $10 or 10 people to pay me $10,000? And I'll tell you what the answer is if you don't know it. It's the second. 10 to pay me 10,000 is incredibly easier than 10,000 people to pay me $10. Not saying that it's not a bad strategy. I do think it's a great strategy once you get going, once you're on your way, once you've already developed your high ticket offer and your live events so that you can start to generate revenue for your business, so that that revenue can start to feed both you and your business growth to build out that tripwire campaign. But I just think as we're getting started, it just makes so much more sense to start with the high number and focus on fewer people because it's so much easier to get there.
Yeah, if I could get 100 Right Fit clients into my virtual living room, my virtual event run from my living room, and I could get 5 of them to pay me $5,000 or 10 of them to pay me $10,000. You can start to do the math really quickly, and we're going to do more of that math tomorrow. We're going to cover filling the event and all the different layers and the metrics that turn into your purpose-driven payday. Tomorrow is all about monetize, but the thinking is just that if you're just getting started, it's easier to find a small number of people than to find a huge number of people, right? And then if you can make an offer to them with the big why, the right fit client, the raving fan deliverables, the outcome, and the non-negotiables in mind, now you've built a business through a high ticket offer using the leverage of a live event, and you're off and running to your own purpose-driven payday.
Exactly.
Again, we'll talk more about how that works.
So what we're going to do next is we're going to go into a quick breakout. I want you guys to share where you are with your profit pyramid, the levels that you have now, and the piece you're most excited about adding in the next 6 months.
Yes. And here's how this is going to work. This time, who was shortest hair as timekeeper last time?
I'm gonna switch it up. I'm going crazy.
Uh-oh.
Curliest hair goes first.
All right, curliest hair goes first.
Right?
Straightest hair is the timekeeper, and you're going to go from curliest to straightest. Yes. How many minutes do they have each?
Let's go 2 minutes each.
2 minutes each.
Remember,
Use your full time. Don't give away any of your time. Timekeeper has permission to politely interrupt at time. And I want you to say, you can do this.
100%.
You can do this. So you're going to say all the parts, like this is what I have right now. This is the thing I'd most like to add. If you still have time in your 2 minutes, you're not giving it away. So you might say, and what I'm most excited about, or what I'm most nervous about, or what really scares me about this. Be really honest, because that self-audit for you is so powerful, and speaking it out loud makes it less scary, because now it's not this thing hiding in the distance. You've actually just put it out there, and now we can start working on it. And then you're going to say, you can do this. Okay.
Ready to go?
Ready.
All right. Breakouts of 4 to 5 in 3, 2, 1. We'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
Hey there, it's us again.
What's up, preview audience?
Have we convinced you yet that this is like an amazing 3 days that you cannot possibly miss?
Yes, I hope so. I hope so.
And listen,
David,
I hope we've at least given you like a ton of awesome information. Like at the very least, this morning has been awesome. I've gotten super clear on my big why, super clear on my profit pyramid, super clear on who I'm meant to serve, what I'm going to do, and how I'm going to do it.
Yes.
But if you want more details on how to actually put that to work for you, stay with us for the whole 3 days. We'd love to have you.
Yeah.
Accumulation effect, every session is going to build on the one before it. So if you can afford to give us 3 days, we'll change your life forever.
Exactly. So you can just go to tvenow.com, get yourself registered. When you do, on the thank you page, there's going to be a link or a big button that takes you to the dashboard, and it will get you all the way in to the main stage rooms. We're going to leave this particular room is going to stay open all the way till the end of this session. So there's 8 minutes left in the breakout, and then we're probably going to take a couple of shares for 2 or 3 minutes, and then we're going to go on
quick
break.
tip from one of our sponsors, and we're actually going to be going into sponsor roundtables.
Oh, yeah.
So you'll have an opportunity to talk to 4 groups that didn't pay their way in here. You could only be invited to be here so that you can learn the sponsor model, figure out how it works in your business.
It's 5.
What? Oh, there are 5. Sorry.
5 of them.
I was like, what's he doing? He's like waving. Okay, so 5 sponsors that we've invited to be here because we love them. No like and trust factor. We know them, we like them, we trust them, we use them ourselves, and we want you to learn more about them, but also see how the sponsor model works. So like everything this weekend, it's very meta. As you're going and meeting these sponsors and learning from them and learning from questions you didn't even know you needed to ask, you're also seeing how to run sponsors in a virtual event, at least the way we think they should be run. Exactly. So that's going to be happening today at lunch, tomorrow at lunch, and tomorrow during the dinner break.
100%. So if virtual events are in your future, or live events are in your future, or in person, or hybrid, or digital first, whatever that looks like for you, we'd love to have you join us for the next 3 days. And in the meantime, you've got 7 minutes to stretch your legs before we wrap up. And
use that time wisely at the very least. Continue working on your exercises. Make this morning count for something. And no matter what you decide to do, I just want to thank you for saying yes to you and yes to us and being here with us this morning. We've loved having you.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys, we'll talk to you soon.
All right, bye for now. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I love seeing these chats and people talking about how they love meeting each other. And I asked the team to put up this image behind me. This is Le Voltaire in Paris. It is a restaurant that we love to go to, that is right near a number of, gosh, I don't know, like we think it like right in the middle of Paris that we love and we love to spend time in. And so literally I can just sit there and picture exactly where Blue and I sit and would have like a lovely glass of wine and plan our next adventure. And I put this up here because this is part of our What's Our Paris. And yours is going to look different than ours, right? But I want you to think about all day today, like, what is my Paris? What is the thing that lights me up? What is the thing that makes it all worth it? I think it is so important. I'd love for you to find a picture that takes you there, that reminds you of that, a picture of the place and by place, I don't mean like it has to be logistically a place, but a picture that takes you to that space in your brain of that that like feeling of it's all possible and it's all worth it. I also want you to think about when you go into breakouts, that's like, what if you were sitting at this cafe with each other? Like, that's the energy I want you to bring to breakouts. It's like, what if we had an event and I could magically transport you to Le Voltaire in Paris and you could all be sitting at cafe tables together and say, okay, go. I want you to talk about this. Like when we go into breakouts this week, that's how I want you to think about it. Like you're just having a yummy coffee and chatting with each other. And I think, what's amazing about our event is our amazing community and the opportunity for a safe space to have incredible shares. And so just bringing your full self to those breakouts makes such a difference for you and for them and for the experience that we're co-creating together.
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely. And I also wanted to take a couple of shares. I'm curious who wants to share. Let's talk about the one thing that you think you need as a part of your profit pyramid. Just quick raise of hands. Okay.
And as we're waiting, Pastor Hinsey Green, I am so happy to see your face. I just wanted to say that.
Let's go to room 1 and go to Laura. Is that Donna Hunes? I can't quite see that. Laura D.
Laura D. I love that.
How's it going?
Good.
So what's the one thing that you feel like you need as a part of your profit pyramid?
The live event.
Awesome.
It's the one thing I need. And I saw Bari, it's so funny. I saw Bari at Dean's event. Then I followed her Shanda's event. Then, so it's a following, it's a following trail. And it's so clear that in order to get the high ticket offer, I need a live event where people can know exactly who they're dealing with to see how polarized I am and how nuts I am, but I'm nuts about delivering the service and, the coaching.
Yes. And your right fit client will love that about you. They will love how nuts you are because they're going to be just the same kind of nuts. So like, I just love that you're the same kind of nuts. And I really mean that. Like that is that mirror piece and about being authentically yourself. And I love when you were talking, Jennifer Hall was like, first you get the knock, then you get the nudge, then you get the 2x4. And so often that's true, right? We see these messages and we walk by them and they keep coming up and coming up. And you're like, oh, I'm being called. I'm being called to do a live event. So I'm so happy that you're being called.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, let's go to... Oh, I would like to hear what she has to say. Andrea, room 3. Room 3, guys. Andrea Almaraz. Hey, Andrea.
Hey, how are you?
Good,
So
how are you doing?
It's so good to see you.
Oh, now I miss you even more.
No, we miss you too.
So we had I loved our breakout room. We all had radically different pyramids and we all have businesses. It was like so fascinating. And then of course we're all evaluating events, but I have a free talk and I have VIP consulting. I have nothing in between.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm here.
And really fast, what's your free talk? Just so we know, what's your free talk? I'm just curious.
I talked to generally CEOs, small business owners on the value of having a people plan.
Yes, so true.
And
you're the ultimate people planner, so that makes sense.
And what it means, right? Because we all know what a strategic plan is. We know what a marketing plan is. We wouldn't skip it, and we often skip having a people plan. And right now you can't afford to, you just can't.
Awesome.
That has never been more true than it is right now. I think you're at an amazing moment in time, truly, to be And to me, that feels like a book title, like The People Plan. I could see you so doing that if you haven't already, just a thought. I could see that working for you and the People Plan framework. So what are you adding into it? Live event and then anything else?
So that I don't even know. So I'm here because I feel like I need to do workshops, that I want to be able to have a bigger impact. I want to be able to have leveraged delivery and talk to more people at one time. And I haven't even really gotten to, did it go beyond just offering one-on-one still, or do I have another offer? So now I have to work that out.
Yeah, for sure. And here's the thing for those of you who might be in Andrea's position yourselves in your business is there's nothing better for positioning you and your business than a live event. So if you're like, I'm not sure that I'm really ready to make high ticket offer. If it was as simple as just saying like, oh, and by the way, some of you are asking about how you work with me privately. There's an application process for that or a strategy session for that. That could simply be done again from your living room with a TV, with a computer, with 2 lamps, with Zoom. And that's what I love about the virtual event. So I wanted to say that so often with live events, we think of this event or Dean's event or Tony's event or whoever's event. But what's amazing about virtual events is it really can be the workshop, the seminar. It doesn't have to be considerably huge. And your high ticket offer, if that's where you really want to live for a while, is in one-to-one consulting, that's your high ticket offer. It's that top of the pyramid, and you can always add in another layer later. So don't get overwhelmed with, and I'm speaking not just to Andrea, but to everyone with like, I have to fill in all the layers, or everyone does coaching, but I don't know if I want to do coaching. This is about designing the business of your dreams based on your big why. So if it's one-on-one consulting is where I really want to live right now, great. Live events will still work for that so much.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, Andrea.
Yeah. Thank
you.
All right. So we are about to go into a meal break. And guys, thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank
both of you really.
And Daniel, we'll come to you in the future. I see like Daniel and William and Dee. So we'll and Sonia. So good to see you, Dr. Sonia. And yeah, so many people. So no, we'll have more time for Q&A just because we didn't get to you this time, and more time for shares. So no worries there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're about to go on a lunch break. And this is going to be about 45 minutes long. And one of the things that we're doing during this lunch break, a lot of what you're seeing at the virtual event on virtual events this week could be considered a little bit meta, right? So you're not the metaverse, that's different. You are watching how you could potentially implement your own live event. You're learning it, but you're also experiencing it. So hopefully you've seen some things even over the course of the past 2 days that have got you thinking about what you could potentially do in your virtual event. And over the lunch break today, you're going to see something else, which is our exhibitors and partners, or another word for it is sponsors. There's one thing that's a little bit different about our sponsors, is that nobody could actually pay to be a sponsor at this event. We invited some select people within this industry, people who we really know, like, and trust, or that we work with on an everyday basis at every single event that we do, to come in and have them share with you, or have you be able to learn a little bit about who they are and what they do. So actually, I'm going to pop over here to my dashboard, which I've loaded on my fancy Vibe board, which is just a really large tablet. But right now on your dashboard at the top, there's this new button here called Exhibitors and Partners. Now I'm going to give you a quick heads up. That's not always going to be there. And when it's not, you can still get to Exhibitors and Partners right here in the sidebar, okay? So even if you don't see it at the top, you'll always be able to get to them. So when you click on Exhibitors and Partners, that's going to take you to another page where you'll see the 5 exhibitors and partners that are here with us at the virtual event on virtual events. The first one you've already experienced, Brand Elevate. Brand Elevate is the company that we use almost exclusively, but we do use a few other companies from time to time to deliver our WOW boxes. And we think they do an amazing job. We've been working with them since 2020, right since the beginning of the pandemic. And even as supply chain issues have become a problem, one of the things that I love about them is they were still able to put together a box that we were really, really happy with, that overcame supply chain issues. And I'll tell you, Barry and I were behind the 8 ball in terms of timing on this. So even with that, they did a great job. The next company that I'd love for you to get to know is Keep. Keep, also known as Infusionsoft, or formerly known as Infusionsoft. I have a hard time calling them Keep, but it is their actual company name, so maybe I should get better at it. Keep is a company that we use. They have a platform that is essentially a CRM and also a marketing management system. So every single email or text message that you got leading up to the virtual event on virtual events was automated by Keep. Okay, so they help us to communicate and to automate our virtual event processes. They also integrate really nice with our virtual event platform, which is Obvio. So you want to get to know Keep. They're pretty awesome, and they also have an event special for you guys. Ken Sky was the host, or one of the hosts, of the virtual of the TVE Lounge yesterday, and Ken is an engagement specialist. He helps people to, if perhaps you're a little bit more of an introvert, but you still want to host a live event and you feel like you need some support on that front, he's a great engagement specialist when it comes to virtual events. You're actually going to see him for a few minutes after lunch today, so make sure you're back right on time. But you can get to know Ken in his booth. There is Obvio. Obvio you're going to learn a little bit more about on Wednesday as well, but Obvio is the platform that we have built for virtual events. It sits on top of Zoom, and you've already experienced Obvio, everything from the check-in process to the dashboard to the automatic naming, where if you look around your room, there's people who have AA, which isn't what some people may think it is. It's all access, what that stands for. They have alumni, or they have LEAP. That Obvio talks to Keep to make all of that stuff happen automatically. Our team didn't go through and rename 984 people. And then we have a group called Exchange. For those of you who were all access, you got to meet somebody pretty amazing yesterday afternoon. But for those of you who aren't, and you'd like to learn a little bit about how we produce or how we run breakouts and how we foster engagement and safe communities within our virtual events, it's all based on some core teachings that we learned from a gentleman by the name of John Berghoff back in, I want to say March of 2020, actually. Barry and John both spoke as part of a 30-day challenge, and they spoke back to back, and we'd not met each other previously, or they had not met each other previously, but after that we all kind of looked at each other and said, we need to figure out how we can work together. And John has been a pretty common face at the virtual event on virtual events, and rather than have me tell you more, I wanted to actually pass the mic over to him so he can introduce himself to you. So do me a favor and please put your hands together, yes, even virtually, for John Berghoff.
Blue, thank you for that. That's awesome. Can you hear me okay?
100%.
All right, cool. What's going on, everybody? Hey, what's up? They've got a panel set up for me here so I can see all of you. You probably see me really big. Well, I've been listening in the last few minutes, watching, learning, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'll be leading a sponsor breakout booth in just a few minutes here. And I want to ask all of you a question. And Blue, I'm going to ask you to help me with my tech. You tell me if you can hear this. Just for fun, I'm bringing in a little background music. Is that work right now or no? You hear that? Just curious if that comes in. All right, cool. For all of you at home watching, do you hear a little background tune right now? All right. Thanks for helping me with my own tech check before the sponsor lunch. So, if you all have a pen handy, you won't need it right now, but if you come to our lunch, we might lead you through an experience to see what it is we're all about. Question I want to give you, I'm going to push a little button over here. I'm going to come to my overhead projector. Do you all see a piece of paper and a hand? And I've even got my friend with me right there. You see that? All right, cool. I want you to imagine for just a moment, what if it was true that there is some sort of higher purpose, some sort of bigger reason why you're here at this event right now? The reason I give you that question is because, Blue, when I met you and Barry a few years ago, I had no idea why or what it was that was bringing us together. But I believe beyond a shadow of a doubt that what all of us are here to learn today and over the next few days, and for those of you who choose to continue to learn with Barry and Blue, wherever and however and whatever those opportunities are, I believe that what we are here to learn how to do is needed. It's needed more than it's ever been needed in this world. And even if we don't understand what it's going to look like or how we are going to get there, I truly believe there is a reason that we are here. And I want to share with all of you that our company, we specialize in teaching coaches, consultants, trainers, facilitators, event planners. How do you design and facilitate experiences that bring out the best in any group environment? When I met Barry and Blue, we were pretty small. Now, we had a business. We were doing a few $100,000 in sales, but that was small compared to who we are today. And I will tell you that what I learned, Blue, from you and Barry, it changed everything for us. And so I just wanted to say thank you. I know you asked me to be here to talk about what we might talk about in our sponsor booth, but if I don't get to do that, I just want to say thank you, because we've been peer learners and teachers to each other. And you taught us so much about how to think about our businesses. How many of you, by show of hands, found that product pyramid, I don't know if that's what it was called, how many of you found that to be enlightening, illuminating, eye-opening? That was for me when I was in your chairs. And I want all of you to know that we built a company today through live events. It's now several $1 million in revenue. And of that whole pyramid, we've only got 2 of the 6 or 7 things figured out. And one of the things that I learned when I was sitting in your chairs a few years ago is how important it is to not be overwhelmed by how we're going to do it, but to remember to serve, to remember to ask first and to ask last. How can I serve? How can I make a difference? Where can I start? And to start there with all of your heads and all of your hearts giving what you can. Barry and Blue, I just want to thank you. You taught me so much, and it's been a really big deal. I want to come back to why I believe all of us are in this room today for a reason, and then I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to draw another little picture here if you're all cool with that. By the way, if you come to my sponsor lunch, I'll give you a free schematic showing you how my whole tech setup is put together here if you're curious about that. Oh, don't hit the wrong button when you're trying to show your overhead projector, because then you got to log back in. So I'm going to go right back over here, and I'm going to draw a little picture, and then I'm going to get out of the way. One of the reasons I believe that we are all here for a significant reason is because our world, and I'm looking at all of you as you're looking at this, how many of you have found this to be true? That if this is the rate at which our world has been changing over the last few years, that we may very well now live in a time where the world is changing faster than we as human beings are equipped to adapt to change. Just by show of hands, how many of you, before I say anything else, can relate to that? Yeah. So why does that matter? What does that have to do with you being here right now, even if you don't know what your business or your events look like? It matters because those who need your leadership, they need whatever you have to give. They've needed it more than ever before. They've needed it more than ever before. And the other thing I want to point out, and this is what I'm going to unpack in our sponsor lunch for any of you who are curious, is there is an opportunity right now, and We'd Exchange consider it to be maybe one of the biggest opportunities. And for any of us who are in the event space or getting into the event space, this is, as some have referred to, an opportunity of our generation. And it is this: to move away from the idea that you have to be the person that has all the answers when you lead your events, right? This idea that a few of us know what to do, in my opinion, is an old model of convening. Now, Barry and Blue, pardon the label I'm going to use here, but the way that we talk about it is we say, you don't have to be just the sage on the stage. There is a new opportunity to learn how to unlock heads and hearts through learning how to design questions and conversations, right? So that you can become a guide on the side. How many of you love that idea, even if you don't know exactly what it looks like or how to do it yet? And it's not an either or, it's a both and. We need extraordinary teachers, teachings, and what I want to share with you in the sponsor lunch today is the tools and the frameworks that we use. We're an open book. You can ask anything you want. We'll share everything we can. How do you enable learning to go from passive to active? How do you turn the learners into teachers to each other? And how do we do all that in a way that creates a real legitimate sense of belonging? And if I can leave all of you with something practical to think about, it's this. It's to know that if we can convene in ways where people feel a sense of belonging, we are meeting a deep human need that people are yearning for today more than they ever have been, exponentially more than even just a few years ago. And one of the keys is understanding that every one of us and every person that you bring together is all asking some version of this question. And it's the question, can I be myself and still fit in around here? How many of you can resonate with that question right there? Can I be who I am and still fit in around here? It's important to honor that if we want to create great learning, we actually have to become as equally interested in what creates true, authentic, healthy community, right? And part of it is people need to feel psychologically safe. I heard you honor that, Bari. And I'll share with you what the research, the science, and what our experience has shown us. We've trained over 1,000 leaders in this approach. Companies like Google, Facebook, BMW. We train all the chapter chairs for Women Presidents Organization, all of the master faculty for Keller Williams. Movements like Heart Math and Conscious Capitalism use our methods. And I'll share anything you want to know in our lunch sponsor breakout on how do we design so that people can be themselves and fit in? How do we lead so they can learn powerfully and live a different life? I asked all of you a question, and I'm going to leave you with this question. What if there's a purpose for you to be here at this event right now that even you don't know what it is yet and you're not connected to it? I'd encourage all of you to just keep in mind that there's somebody out there that you haven't met. Maybe you haven't thought about them. I bet during this conference, you'll be invited to do that, who needs you to be here. And you might think, I need me to be here. I need to find a way to create value. Yes, but the faster we get off of ourselves and onto a purpose of service, the faster we move towards figuring out how to create value, and that'll in turn come back to all of us. Bari, Blue, thanks for giving me a minute just to say hi. And as I said earlier, I just want to say thank you again. You taught me so much. And I'll share in our breakout also some of the lessons you taught me, because I was learning them the hard way. How many of you have learned some lessons the hard way? Yeah. If I can save all of you some shortcuts, wait till I tell you what we used to do to try and enroll people at our events. It was the worst. If there was an event called the worst way to enroll people, we were modeling it. And then Bari, Blue, you guys may not even remember, you helped us to just do some basic things that have exponentially grown our company. So thank you.
Well,
Thank
you're
you.
so welcome.
I'm done.
Yeah, thank you. Seriously, I'm so glad too, because your message and the work you do is so important to the world, to us, to our community. So thank you for being here and for those shares. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So here's what we're going to do. Behind me, you're seeing an image behind us of a traditional sponsor experience, right? Like this is a picture from one of our trade shows pre-COVID. And you can see like the traditional trade show, right? You've got all of your booths and you have like, you can stop in, you can pop in. What would you do if you're at an in-person event? You'd walk down the aisles, be like, well, that looks interesting. I think I'll pop in there. And you chat with them for a little bit. You'd be like, that looks interesting. I think I'll pop in there and chat with them for a little bit. So I want you to think about this as a virtualized experience of that. You've got this lunch break, our dinner break, and tomorrow's lunch break to visit with our 5 sponsors. They are going to be teeing up little mini teachings and then opening it up for Q&A. And so not only do you learn a little bit, but you learn from the questions. And we always say this, the questions you didn't even know you needed to ask. So it's a little bit learning, it's a little bit asking, it's learning from others. And I think it's actually far more immersive than a true trade show. I want you to think about it as you're going through it. Because if you went by a booth in a trade show, and the person in there, let's say John or Ken or Grant or, you know, whoever was in there, and they're like, oh, they have a few people around, I'll come back later. Where here, you're like, they have a few people around, what are they saying? And you just lean in. You're like, great, I'd love to know what their questions are. I'd love to get my question answered. So I actually think it's a far more effective way for sponsors to interact and to teach and to answer questions. I also want you to know that the people that are going to be in these booths, most of them you can't pay to get a moment with them to ask these questions, or you'd have to pay considerably a lot. So I don't want you to miss the fact that these are Ask the Expert sessions. You've got experts in these booths on swag, on Avio, on funnels, on how to make more interactive attendee experiences, on how to get, did I already say swag? Which one did I miss? Oh, on Ken, another great example, much like John, of creating really immersive, amazing experiences. So these are people you literally have to pay to get the consultation, and they're here for you 3 times this weekend for you to learn from them, learn from each other, get your questions answered. So grab a bite to eat, like spend literally 5 minutes going to your kitchen or placing your DoorDash order, and then go straight to your dashboard, click on the button for the one you want to visit first. And then if you love it, stay and make a plan to visit the others later, or pop in and out and get as much information as you can. They're designed to allow for that.
Yep. And it's entirely possible that you may be rewarded for your participation.
Yes. And yeah, well, we're not going to tell you exactly how, but the more you click, the more points.
Not just the more you click, the more you engage.
That's a better way to say it.
Yes.
Thank you.
This isn't a click fest.
Yes.
All right. So with that, we are going to take a 40-minute lunch break. We'll see you back here. Oh gosh, now I got to do math. 3:20?
3:22.
No, wait. Is that right?
3:23.
3:20. Let's go with 3:20. We'll see you back here at 3:20 p.m. We'll see you guys soon.